And just remember, you just need a quorum to start, not to
Yep.
maintain.
Right. But we will need a quorum when we go to vote later if we stay at this rate.
Good to go.
All right, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Jim Dill, Chair of the ACF Committee, and I want to welcome everybody. And quickly, I will go over, as usual, our protocols for today. It's electronic version, as by now everybody probably knows. Please unmute yourself when you go to talk, and otherwise keep yourself muted. And if you need to use the chat, just use it for like technical information, if that type of thing, because if you're going to have anything of substance, we prefer it be online so people can, everyone can hear what's being said. The public hearing protocol will be that we will have, I think we've got 2 hearings scheduled for today. We'll start with the sponsor and other co-sponsors and legislators, followed by the department, and then finally anyone that's wishing to speak on the bill, and there will be a 3-minute limit on your testimony. And if you want to submit written testimony, by all means, we urge and really like you to, because that way we have the information. So if you are speaking to us here on Zoom and have not submitted it to us in writing, please do that when you get done with your testimony. The other thing that I'd say that Representative O'Neill and I have to be the background police, and check out when people are testifying. If there's anything that is deemed inappropriate, we may ask you to reposition your camera. And if you're testifying, you can testify by phone. So if that's the way you're doing it, that's fine too. And remember that only members, this is a public hearing, so only members can ask questions, and it must be in the form of a question to the members. And with that, I will introduce ourselves. So go ahead, Representative Landry. Except Representative Landry, it says you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Still muted. All right, we'll skip over here, and you can, maybe if you go ahead and get out and come back in, maybe that will do something. So we'll do that. We'll go on to Representative Osher.
Hi, I'm Lori Osher, District 120.
Chair O'Neill.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Maggie O'Neill, and I represent House District 15 in Saco.
Representative Underwood.
Morning, I'm Representative Underwood from the great city of Presque Isle. It's good to see everybody this morning. It's about 30 below up here. And good morning.
Nippy. Representative Bernard.
Good morning, Senator, and good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden. And I'm not sure, did he say 30 below? It's cold, but it's not 30 below. Perhaps with the wind chill. It's very, very windy here, but a nice day. Thank you.
With the wind chill, it probably is. Representative Pluker.
Hi, this is Bill Pluker, House District 95, Warren, Hope, Appleton, and Party Union. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Landry is probably still trying to get back on, but he was here. So when we started, yep, he's back. All right, are you there, Representative?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Just barely, but we can hear you.
Representative Scott Landry. I represent District 113, the towns of Farmington and New Sharon.
Great, thank you. And I'm Jim Dill. I represent Senate District number 5, which is Northern Penobscot County. And so with that, we will go ahead and move into our agenda for today. And as I say, we've got 2 public hearings today. And the first one is LD 125. So I will open the hearing on LD 125, an act to prohibit aerial spraying of glyphosate and other synthetic herbicides for the purpose of silviculture. And I can't seem to find who the sponsor is of that bill. So guess he probably laughed. Senator Jackson,
Here he comes.
here he comes.
Senator Dillon.
We see you, we hear you.
Well, thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Troy Jackson. I have the great honor of serving as President of the Maine Senate. I proudly represent District 1, which is northern Aroostook County, stretching roughly from Caribou North, St. John Valley. I'm here today to present LD 125, an act to prohibit the aerial spraying of glyphosate and other synthetic herbicides for the purpose of silviculture. As most of you know, I've lived in Talagash my whole life. As a logger by trade, I've spent years working in the forest products industry. Because of this firsthand experience, I remember a time when in Allagash, when jobs in the woods weren't as scarce and the practice of aerial spraying wasn't part of any forestry management plan. Starting probably roughly 30 years ago, maybe a little longer, that began to change. Large landowners started incorporating aerial herbicide spraying as part of their forestry management plan. Justification for the use of aerial spraying has always been that it is necessary and useful practice, one that regenerate the growth of our forests, protect our environment, and save jobs in the industry in the long run. Since then, those of us that have worked in the woods and live near the practice of spraying have seen the irreversible damage it has caused. We have seen the threat it poses to the health of our families, friends, and neighbors. And today, more and more reports of the harmful effects of glyphosate and other synthetic herbicides are confirming our suspicions. Thousands of lawsuits have been filed against the company Bayer, which develops, manufactures, and sells the prominent weed killer Roundup, for failing to warn consumers about the dangers of their products, specifically glyphosate. Roundup was originally manufactured and sold by Monsanto, which was purchased by Bayer in 2018. In 2019, a court in California ruled in favor of a couple who developed cancer following the use of this product. It's my strong belief that aerial spraying of glyphosate and other chemicals has also had detrimental effect on wildlife and our natural environment. If you go to an area that's been sprayed by these aerial herbicides, the silence will take your breath away. It's quite striking. There are no birds chirping, no squirrels running around, and no trace of wildlife. For those of you who served in this committee 2 years ago, you recall that I invited members to look at some of these areas for yourself. While opponents of this bill will say that aerial spraying is safe and monitored, the truth is that it is impossible to control exactly where these chemicals end up. Aerial spraying can drift over long distances, and the lingering presence of these chemicals get into the groundwater and streams and hardens wildlife and plants alike. To me, the damage in these areas is clear, and it makes you wonder. There are also opponents that say banning aerial herbicide spraying will have a negative effect on jobs in our area. And I've heard this a lot, and this is really a mindset that far too many of us are put under in the area that I'm considering. To put it bluntly, these are nothing more than scare tactics. I can't help but point out that these same opponents are often the ones that are hiring cheaper Canadian workers and jobs that could and should be filled by Mainers. Instead, Mainers living in those areas are not only left behind economically, they're the ones that are left to live in those areas where aerial spraying takes place, while Canadian citizens working in Maine return home across the border. As I hinted at in my introduction, I know very well that there was a time when jobs in the woods were more plentiful and our wildlife and natural environment were respected and protected. These two phenomena were not in opposition. They went hand in hand. This dynamic existed long before aerial spraying was a common practice. Many municipalities in Maine have already taken steps on their own to ban this practice, including my hometown of Allagash. The reality is, use of aerial herbicides in the Maine woods benefits the bottom line of large landowners at the expense and well-being of the people living and working in those regions. It's time we recognize the harm done by aerial spraying of glyphosate and other synthetic chemicals. It's time we do the right thing and put an end to this practice. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. I wondered, how did we had that tour last year, and could you tell us a little bit about what we saw on that tour and who attended?
So this is obviously my opinion. This committee heard the legislation. There was opposition to it by the department. You know, I think many on the committee, myself included, agreed to let the department do a study, that the committee would actually come up and take a tour of the area, have a public forum in the area. And half of you took the opportunity to come to the forum, and I certainly appreciate that. Obviously, there was people that spoke on both sides, but there was mostly people in the community that spoke in opposition, while there was a number of representatives from the forest products industry that spoke in opposition to banning glyphosate. The community spoke in support of banning it. Then the next day, obviously, we went on a tour, showed people what the practice was. I mean, not being a scientist or anything like that, I showed areas that were on side hills, where brooks were close by. You know, what the concern of any drift would be to get into the water supply. And, you know, I mean, I left it up to, you know, the committee's conclusions on if they thought that was a good practice, or if they thought there was any concern about how it actually could affect the environment detrimentally, thereby the people in that area. Like I said, I was appreciative that they took, you know, those of you that took that tour. What I was struck very much by was that this was a public forum of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee, a meeting in an area that is affected by this. And those of you that attended was great, but the department chose not to attend, you know, this public forum, which was really unfortunate and concerning that they wouldn't at least take the opportunity to hear people that, you know, felt that they were affected in the area. But I believe subsequently the industry set up their own tour that I wasn't able to go on, but I think some of you were able to, which is good too. Obviously, to see their side of the discussion. But that's Representative Pluker. That's what I mean. I see those areas all the time. So you know, I don't know. I mean, showing the committee the concerns that I've heard from, you know, my constituents for years was important. I appreciated the people that took the time. It's a long ways, but when you live in those communities, you know, it's something that just because we're out of sight, out of mind, doesn't mean that people don't have legitimate concerns about this practice.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Senator Jackson. I look back, I mean, I used to travel to those areas with my dad when I was a kid, which is getting to be quite a while ago. And there were logging companies, forestry companies that obviously were profitable at the time. They made the industry what it is today. There is a question here, I promise. And a lot of advancements have been made. And obviously we have to assume that these companies have made these advancements in logging practices because it increases the bottom line. So I guess my question is, with the advent of glyphosate, if you go prior to that, these companies were very profitable. And if all of these advancements have been made, including glyphosate, why would they not still be profitable as they used to be before glyphosate came on the scene? Why would they not be profitable now? That's my question.
I mean, honestly, I don't know how to answer the question, Representative Query. I mean, if you talk to the industry, there's never been a time that they've made money, you know, as a working logger. It's always the same thing that, you know, the times are tough, market's tough, and certainly right now, I certainly understand that that's the case with not having places to go with lumber. But if you know, obviously look at what a 2x4 costs at Home Depot today, I think it's pretty striking how high the cost of lumber is. The reality is for me personally, you know, I used to, you know, have people tell me about spraying, and I would just put it aside like, well, it was something that we had to do, and couldn't say anything. You weren't supposed to upset the apple cart. But as time has gone on, I've just considered, you know, seeing what I think is the harmful effects of this. You know, I don't see a huge benefit to the people in the industry. I don't see any benefit to the people in the industry. I mean, and the argument that, you know, we have to do this because it creates more jobs and people will be better economically, I think is bogus. I mean, if anything, you know, times have gotten harder and harder for people in the logging industry, and they've, you know, done the job for less and less money. So this has certainly not been the boom for workers, but that's not in the end. I mean, that's part of what you're going to hear today is that, well, we have to do this because it creates jobs and stuff like that. I mean, if anything, there's less people working in the industry. So I just categorically deny that. And after, you know, the time that's passed, you know, the people that are in my area that have a hard time with this continuing, and that's why I came forward with the bill not once but twice now.
Thank you.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President Jackson, for presenting this bill again. My first question for you is, I didn't have the chance to come up when the tour took place, and I wondered if you could comment on the locations chosen and a little more about how it was set up, and whether you felt that was effective.
So, I mean, the way that, you know, obviously we selected a date. Those of you that were able to come, I mean, like I said, I know it's, you know, 5 hours for a lot of you or more. Those of you that were able to come, came up, and first night we held a forum at the University of Maine in Fort Kent. That was rather well attended. I think it was a Tuesday night. Surprisingly, right at that time, the forest certification people, the auditors, Scientific Global, I think, or whatever, was actually in the area. I asked them to attend. They chose not to also. But we had the forum. You know, people spoke, like I said, in support. People spoke in opposition. The committee heard that, and then the next morning we had scheduled a local business person to have a van pick up And I tried to find areas that were closest to Allagash and St. Francis, so that the committee could, see areas and then obviously get back on the road to go home. We toured an area in the St. Francis along the Big Brook stream that puts into the Allagash waterway. And, we looked at 3 or 4 different sites and I think the committee got an idea of at least the areas that, could be sprayed. I think some of those areas were recently sprayed. We saw some areas that had been sprayed the year previously, clear cuts and stuff like that. But it was just an example of an area we could have went and saw a lot more extensively if, the committee would have had, 2 days or more time. But I'm sure there's members that have pictures of, what we saw. I know I do.
Thank you. A follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Senator Jackson mentioned that people might be afraid to oppose this practice locally. I just want to hear a little more about what impacts might be to folks or what they might be afraid of. And I'm also curious about what kind of benefits or lack of benefits that local folks have seen with this increased productivity with the practices.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be people that come behind me and say that I don't know what I'm talking about, and probably members on the committee, but as a working class logger, it's never a good thing to speak out against the industry. I think most of the people in my area know that. For years, there's been issues in that area, and people that get a line oftentimes don't go back to work, don't get a contract. This is bigger than that. This also affects the tourism industry of that area. I think people, definitely are concerned about the wildlife that's in my area now compared to years ago. So there's a lot of people that just doesn't like this. And like I said, we do have a high cancer rate. We have a high cancer rate in Maine, but we have a higher cancer rate in Mercer County. As more and more people have come to understand the proposed problems with glyphosate, I think more and more people are worried about the side effects. And oftentimes people do things, they consider the risk and do them, but I think you're seeing more and more people that understand that the risk of spraying this certainly didn't come with any economic benefits for the area. There's less people working. The jobs are less and less, and I don't think they can mesh those two things together anymore. So, because I just hear it more often. Like I said, my town of Allagash, which is the biggest town in the state of Maine area-wise, has banned the use of this in those 77,000 acres. Logging continues in those 77,000 acres. It's the way it used to be. It's my opinion that nature has a better way. It may be slower. I can't really say that, but I think the wood's better. It's stronger. It's got more fiber strength, and that's a good thing. But logging can continue in areas that don't use glyphosate to spray. So I just think that it's practice that obviously some people want to use to increase their bottom line, and that's fine. But there's people that live in those areas, and that's the unfortunate thing is most of the places that this is done is on the edge of civilization, places like Westfield. I know there's a constituent that came up and spoke 2 years ago about that and has called me since. Places like Allagash, St. Francis, I mean, they're on the edge of the North Main Woods, and they get caught up in this too. But it's a problem. It's a problem for people in that area. They just are concerned about speaking out and being blackballed for it.
Thank you.
Representative McCray.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for allowing me to speak again or ask another question. Senator, you mentioned the 77,000 acres in little old Allagash. That's pretty impressive. You mentioned also that logging is still taking place there, and I assume that some of the larger logging companies are involved in that. Two quick questions, and I'll ask them at the same time. Number one, in Allagash, you have banned the use of glyphosate, yet logging continues. And if it is continuing, it must still be profitable, or people would just let the trees grow up and fall over. So would you please comment on that?
Yeah, like I said, Allagash is comprised of 4 townships, 77,000 acres, and 72 of it's owned by one landowner, and they cut all the time, and they cut those 72,000 acres just like they do the rest of their land. In addition to that, the state, I believe, is the second largest landowner in Maine, and they obviously have an active logging program on their lands. And I don't believe that they use the use of glyphosate or aerial spraying on any of their land. So obviously it's done. There's other landowners out there that don't use it. There are big landowners that are profitable. I think some of the people that will speak today in opposition have only started spraying recently, probably in the last 5 years. So it's, I mean, you'd have to obviously ask them about what the cost benefit is to them. But I disagree with the practice. But I know that you can do it. I mean, they used to do it before. Some of them still don't use glyphosate, don't spray at all. Seem to be doing very well. And so I just feel very strongly that it's possible to do this without the use.
Thank you again.
Are there any other questions for Senator Jackson? Yes, Representative Landry.
Good morning, Senator Jackson. Thank you for being here. In regard to the job loss you keep referring to, isn't a lot of that due to the increased mechanism of the logging industry?
Definitely, there's less people working in the logging industry because of mechanization. But like I said, you're going to hear that, this creates more jobs, but then they'll turn around and say that they need to bring in foreign workers to fill those jobs. So, I mean, it's always, in the end, in my opinion, about the bottom line, how they get it done cheaper. And we've had all kinds of disagreements about this over time. I can go into that extensively, but I mean, we're nowhere near, what we used to have in the logging industry, that, for workers. And there's, all the time people trying to find, good paying jobs. And I don't think that, spraying an area has ever created a better paying job or more opportunity for anyone. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for Senator Jackson? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Jackson, for your testimony.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Senator Bennett, are you here to testify on this bill?
I am indeed. Thank you. Are you ready for me?
I am. Go for it.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and Esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, I'm Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 13 beautiful towns in Western Maine, in the foothills and lakes region in Oxford and Cumberland counties. And I'm here to testify in favor as a co-sponsor of LD 125. I've submitted some written testimony. I'll just abbreviate it here for you. As you know, reducing our reliance on pesticides is the established policy of the state of Maine. And according to the U.S. National Library of Medicine at the National Institute of Health, an increasing number of more recent observations, and I'm quoting from a study, suggest a relationship between extensive glyphosate application and adverse non-target effects in agro-ecosystems. The more significant among these concerns are: 1, persistence in the environment, it stays around a long time; 2, effects on crop health; and 3, interaction with crop nutrition. There's a lot of collateral issues with this product, and as we're seeing in increasing numbers of studies, increasing attention by the public on the use of this material, its effect on farming, organic and otherwise. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency recently released draft biological evaluation for glyphosate, includes a determination for listed species and designated critical habitats, and finds that glyphosate is likely to adversely affect a significant percent of endangered species and critical habitats. Almost all, 93% of the threatened and endangered plant and animal species on the list are actually threatened by glyphosate. So I will abbreviate my comments there, ask for the committee to give this bill its thorough consideration. I'm sure you will, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Senator Bennett? All right, seeing none. Again, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Maxman, are you going to testify on this bill? I have you on the list, but maybe it was just because you were a sponsor, or?
I submitted written testimony, but wasn't going to deliver it live.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else, legislators, that would like to speak on this?
I don't have any in the waiting room
Okay, very good.
that I know of.
All right, sounds good. Next is Patty Cormier.
I'm letting her in now. Now, she's neither for nor against. Is that okay?
It's the department.
Okay, gotcha.
Mr. Chair, did you see that Senator Brenner appears to be in the waiting room?
I did not.
She just chatted the group.
Oh, yes. Okay, would you let in Senator Brenner then too, please?
What's her first name?
Stacy.
I don't see her. Oh, yeah, I don't, oh, she raised her hand, that's why. There we go.
Good morning, Senator Brenner.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Representative Pluker, for seeing me in the wings. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm Stacy Brenner. I represent Maine Senate District 30, which includes the towns of Gorham, parts of Scarborough, and Buxton. I'm here today to offer brief testimony in support of LD 125. In 2002, I moved to Maine with my husband and our young daughter to become first-generation farmers. We joined MOFGA, the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association's Journey Person program to assist new growers in how to be farmers. A few years later, we opened Broadturn Farm, which produces cut flowers and organic vegetables. Since then, the operation has grown and employs 15 people at the height of the season. Having been certified as a pesticide applicator on our farm, And recalling the curriculum, the primary tenets include prioritizing targeted applications and avoiding broad spectrum products when possible. Applicators and anyone re-entering the area where a product's been applied needs to don personal protective equipment, PPE, something we are all familiar with these days. During our time running Broad Turn Farm, we've strived to focus on safe and sustainable agriculture to produce fresh vegetables and cut flowers for Mainers, while keeping our staff safe from exposure to pesticides and herbicides and meeting our customers' desire for local products. While this bill does not address the use of aerial herbicides in the agricultural industry, I truly believe that there is mounting evidence that aerial herbicide spraying has caused damage to Maine's plants, aquatic life, wildlife, and people. It's also difficult to control since spray can drift long distances and affect the ecosystem in a variety of potential harmful ways. Not all creatures have access to PPE. My concern for the use of aerial spraying goes beyond my experience in organic farming. As a nurse midwife, I have serious concerns about the effects of aerial spraying on public health. Increasingly, glyphosate has been tied to adverse and lingering health effects in humans, including Parkinson's disease and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. In addition to the direct negative impact, the lack of control that is possible using aerial spraying allows for chemicals to enter Maine's groundwater and streams. Maine is known for its beautiful scenery, clean environment, and abundant natural resources. We need to do everything we can to heed further damage to our ecosystem and take a leading role on this issue nationwide. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Senator Brenner? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks for having me.
All right, next is Patty Cormier.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the committee, my name is Patty Cormier, and I'm the director of the Maine Forest Service, speaking in opposition to LD 125 on behalf of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. The department recognizes that herbicide use is a polarizing issue, and we feel strongly that safety guardrails and best management practices must continue to be improved upon in order to balance health, safety, and sustainability. We also know that certain herbicides are currently used and valued as an important tool for the forest industry, and that herbicide use in forestry has decreased markedly over the past few decades. We've attached a graph that you folks should have showing the decrease in herbicide use. With that said, we have concerns with this bill. Specifically, aerial herbicide application in forestry is an efficient and effective method. The amount that is used and the way in which it is used has substantially been reduced. Banning aerial herbicides will likely result in landowners moving to ground application, which is manually intensive, has a potential for greater ecological ground disturbance, and requires multiple applications and with a higher potential for site disturbance. And then I'll be talking about a few technical concerns in a minute. So Maine forest landowners strive to maximize growth and yield of their forests at a time when consumers are hungry for wood products. They work under tight margins, are susceptible to erratic weather patterns due to climate change, and are constantly looking at ways to improve yields and maintain a healthy and sustainable product for generations to come. Herbicides are an important tool for Maine's large forest landowners seeking to improve the growth of desirable tree species and control competition of undesirable species. Banning aerial application has the potential to drive landowners to rely on less practical and less reliable ground application. Alternatively, landowners may simply give up on intensive silviculture, which would reduce forest growth rates and the allowable harvest, thereby impacting Maine's forest industry and the forestry sector economy overall. A cursory review of herbicides registered in Maine for aerial application by the Bureau of Pesticides Control Program for site prep and or conifer release return no alternatives to synthetic herbicides. This aerial application ban would also limit landowners' ability to deal with the ongoing challenges of controlling beech sprouting. In addition, climate change has contributed to the arrival of invasive plant species that will affect future forests if we do not have the means to control them. For example, tall blue lettuce in northern Maine, which is a native species, suppresses spruce and fir regeneration, is taking over up there and has been cause for more applications. So landowners are required to report to the Maine Forest Service each year the acreage treated for site prep and competition control. The acreage treated amounts to less than 5% of the total acres harvested each year and is significantly lower than it was in the 80s. In fact, current acres treated were 82% lower in 2018, or 16,417 acres, than in 1989 when the Forest Practices Act was passed, where herbicides were applied to 91,970 acres. This represents real improvements on the part of the forest industry to fine-tune their practices and achieve this level of reduction. It is also our understanding that there have been 2 known incidents associated with aerial application in forestry in the last 20 years, one of which was a ground spill not affiliated with aircraft. The use of glyphosate in forest management is extremely limited. To be clear, the frequency and intensity of the use of these chemicals in forest management is very different from how herbicides are used in cultivating annual crops. Spraying for site prep and or competition control rarely happens more than once or twice over the course of a 40 to 60 year rotation of a forest stand. Further, the use of these tools is largely limited to the most productive forest acres where landowners seek to improve yields. Herbicides are only applied with careful thought, planning, and preparation. Last year, a report prepared by a third-party auditor at the request of this committee confirmed that aerial applications in forestry were conducted in compliance with BPC regulations and pesticide label requirements. This report was presented to the committee, and we've also shared a copy with the clerk in hopes that it will be added to the committee materials webpage. The BPC also adopted forestry best practice guidance in 2015 in order to limit the risk of discharges to surface waters. This document has also been resubmitted. With that said, we recognize that best management practices should be reviewed thoroughly and regularly with an eye toward improvement and with consideration of emerging technology and new scientific data. So for the technical concerns, we'd like to point out that if the use of aerial applied herbicides is prohibited in Title VII, there is no need to further ban it in Title 12, Section 8869, as that section does not address application of chemicals. Section 8869 only deals with the size, arrangement, and regeneration of clear cuts. Further, there is no need to explicitly call out the outcome-based forestry program, as the application of OBF is already explicitly limited to the size, arrangement, and regeneration of clear cuts. If the legislature chooses to ban the aerial application of herbicides in Title VII, there is no overriding authority in Title 12 to allow the Maine Forest Service to bypass this ban. Therefore, Section 3 of the bill is unnecessary. I will note that the Maine Forest Service reports annually to the Committee on OBF. Our 2020 report has also been resubmitted to the committee clerk. Transparency and dialogue with the committee and the public is important to the department, and we'd welcome the opportunity to present the OBF report as I did last year, especially for new committee members. Lastly, on the administrative side, should this bill pass in its current form, I should note that it would require rulemaking by both the Board of Pesticides Control and the Maine Forest Service. In the latter case, this rulemaking would be major substantive, and there would likely be a cost to rulemaking and enforcement. In summary, this bill would have significant impacts on the practice of intensive silviculture in Maine and takes away a valued tool for the industry that helps maintain a robust and sustainable crop. The department is open to working with the forestry industry and other stakeholders to address concerns raised by LD 125 and ensure that any relevant data that the department has access to is readily available to inform discussion about this bill. Thanks for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Thank you. Representative Fluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a series of questions, so if you just want me to ask a couple and then
Yeah,
rotate.
there's other people that have questions as they put their hands up, so go ahead and ask a couple, then I'll go at least to Representative Underwood after that.
Thank you. Director Cormier, thank you for being here today. You referenced a couple times how much pesticide use has been reduced since the institution of the Forest Practices Act. Are aerial applications of pesticides still being used in areas outside of OBF land?
That's a good question. I don't believe they are. I'd have to check that though.
So if you were just looking at pesticide use beginning when OBF went into practice till now, have you seen a general increase or decrease in pesticide use in that time?
Well, so you look at the graph. Do you all have that graph? So there's been, you look at when OBF was started, say 2012 on, and it's been pretty fairly level as the average use of pesticides.
I guess a follow up on that one. And what about when you look at total acres sprayed?
So it's averaging about, I mean, there was a dip 2013, 14, but averaging 15,000 acres a year.
15,000. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, did you want to rotate someone else?
Yes, I'll rotate in now. Representative Underwood.
Good morning. I'm Representative Underwood, Presque Isle. Commissioner Cormier, I agree with you. This bill is totally unnecessary and it's not needed. And could you relate what silviculture is, how it relates to the department, who manages it, and a basic understanding of what silviculture is? And if you could give that to the committee and also the people online. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So the broad definition of silviculture, the basis of what we all go to forestry school for, is it's the art and science of managing forests. So every landowner is dealing with that art and science, and every landowner has different objectives. And in this case, we're looking at a tool for landowners to practice that art and science of silviculture in a way that's most productive and efficient and satisfying their objectives. So when you say, you know, how does it apply to the state? We all practice silviculture in the forestry world. I hope that wasn't too broad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Senator Maxman, then I'll go back to Representative Fluker after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Cormier, for being here. My question is, does the department have any concerns about the health impacts of glyphosate?
You know, we always have concerns about that. I mean, you know, it's not that anybody likes chemicals, but in this case, the use of aerial application, which is what is being brought to task here, is that aerial application is cause for less health risks than if it is eliminated. It's going to go to ground with more crews handling the product, possibility of spills. Aerial application is they can get the acres done in a short window as opposed to ground application, which again would be cause for more exposure. So in short, yes, we're all concerned about the health risks of glyphosate, but it's a matter of looking at this tool and the alternative, which would be cause for more health risks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So following up on that line of questioning a little bit, if we're staying pretty steady at 15,000 acres sprayed every year, does the Department of Forestry or the Bureau of Forestry have a policy on trying to reduce pesticide use in our woods?
So that falls under, it's within state policy to work towards reducing pesticides, herbicides, and within OBF, that's a stated objective as well. You know, the folks that are using this chemical, it's not that it's a careless application. It's expensive. They don't want to use it. It's only used on very targeted areas and for very short times.
So do you see a general trend downwards in the acres sprayed?
You know, you look at that graph and you see the fluctuations. And actually, ironically now, as I mentioned, that blue tall lettuce up north. So that's a native species that due to higher temperatures, higher soil temperatures, higher air temperatures, this native species is taking over and suppressing some of the regeneration. So what I'm worried about is that this is a tool that's needed for that due to climate change. So there might be bumps, but again, there might be bumps in usage, but again, these companies they're not trying to use it willy-nilly. They're using it effectively and efficiently, and it's expensive, and they don't want to do it if they don't have to do it.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Representative O'Neill, and I'll come back to you, Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Cormier, for your testimony. The first thing that I want to ask you is if you can give us some information about your evaluation process and how you came to your decision to support this practice and back up what's already existing. I'm hearing you say a lot of things that I'm going to call greenwashing. And frankly, it feels completely inappropriate to have, on the one hand, climate council goals and process of increasing carbon sequestration, and then to have you come and say that we should be maintaining the practices that we're already engaged in. So what I'm curious and what I'm asking is to hear, what is your thought process? How can you raise that soil is warming, that you're seeing different impacts, and the industry needs to continue to engage in these practices when maybe there's a more sustainable way to go about it. It's not so focused on yield and just the present and making money now.
Yeah, so thanks for that question. In forestry, it's long-term. We're not talking carrots here. And we have to say, are we are we doing everything we can to reduce our vulnerability, and specifically, I say, to spruce budworm for the future, especially in these northern stands? So, you know, when I have this position on this bill, what I'm thinking through is that this is a tool. So, you know, if herbicide is a hammer, it's like asking a landowner to drive nails with a screwdriver. So this is a tool that it's very controlled. BPC has best management practices. You saw last year that there was a study done, a third-party study about looking at these companies that are using herbicides, aerial herbicides, and looking at how they're doing it. And what came out was how they're doing it was effectively they had the proper nozzle size and droplet
Oh,
size
there's a gust of wind. Look across that pond.
to reduce to reduce impact. So what I'm seeing is this is it's very targeted, it's very effective, and the alternative, and that's what I looked at, is the alternative is higher exposure, because it would be more chemical, more exposure to workers, and less effective. So there'd need to be repetitive treatments. So that's my thought process, that it, for productivity, and I know you're saying it isn't just about the money, but this landowner it's a business. We are all hungry for forest products, and we're asking for forest products. So how can they do it safely and provide us with those products?
A follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. Is it logical to assume that the only alternative would be a transition to herbicides on the ground? Are there, other practices that folks are engaged in Maine? Is it possible?
Well, if we're talking, forestry, larger scale forestry tracts, then at this point, the only alternative is ground application. And like I said, you're talking one helicopter can cover, say 400 acres a day, where one ground crew can cover 10 acres a day. So they're covering less acreage day after day after day. And it's an efficiency problem. And safety wise, it's done aerially quickly, then it's done. There's safety guards in place. They've proven that. And so at this point, to answer your question, that alternative to aerial is to go to ground.
One last follow-up, please, Mr. Chair. And my last question is, you had referenced a third-party report, and it looks like it was done by the same firm that did a report for Irving as well. And I'm wondering if you can talk about who the state hired.
This was it was a third-party contractor, so they're bound to unbiased third party look at things. So I guess it didn't matter that it was Irving or who hired them, but they were a third-party contractor who had the knowledge to review the practices.
Thank you. And do they contract with Irving on a regular basis because they have subject matter knowledge? Can you talk a little bit more about who they are?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them or Irving about that.
Why would I have to ask? Oh, Irving, to see whether they contract on a regular basis. I see. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on that line of questioning, we did question the third-party auditor in committee last year, And they did give us some testimony, if we wanted to look back into that, as to how often they had worked for Irving in the past. They had quite a bit of experience doing that. Thinking about the ground applications, and you did say, it's less practical, it's less effective, it's more expensive. Why would they increase that particular, why would they do that if it was so effective, if it was so ineffective?
Well, they were doing it until technology has grown and aerial has become so efficient. And with the guideposts of how it's applied, again, I'm saying it's safer that way, it's quicker that way, and it's a good all-around tool from the standpoint of safety and health and exposure.
So they wouldn't just look at that and say, oh, ground-driven pesticide application is a bad practice. We know it's a bad practice, so therefore we're going to avoid this bad practice. We wouldn't expect them to think that way.
No, it's about efficiencies, and I know I keep saying this, but I just can't emphasize enough that, what they're guided by, BPC guidelines, BMPs, it's a matter of droplet size from the air. So it's good coverage, it's quick coverage. It's not like, 50 years ago, there was issues with spray. They can't do that anymore. So it's just very quick, and ground application, again, much more equipment, much more site disturbance. When it would be more, you're talking double the chemical, double the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had you mentioned the OBF committee and some of the oversight they have of some of this. Could you talk about who some of the industry players are that they have experience working for?
Yep, I think I have that here. You folks have the 2020 report, and like I said, I'd be happy to give you folks a presentation again. So did you want me to go individually through who the members are?
I guess are there many members?
Why don't wait for the work session? If you want a membership rather than listing it here, that might be a question that's more appropriate to make sure that we have. Unless there's some reason you need to know who the membership is.
I was starting to draw a connection between some of the people who are overseeing the program who are also making money from the use of the practice. Should I follow up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, specifically looking at like some Irving and Seven Islands and if there are people on the OBF panel who have worked for those folks.
Okay, if it's okay, I'll just go quickly through the role. So we have Kyle Burdick, a woodland manager for Bascahegan Land Company. Barry Bergeson is a wildlife biologist, retired from Huber. Mike Dan is a retired forester from Seven Islands. Keith Canody is the university forest manager at the University of Maine. Max McCormick, retired professor of silviculture of School of Forestry. Dave Struble is retired director of the Maine Forest Service.
No, it's trying to protect you, actually.
Health and monitoring. And Peter T. Triandafilo is currently vice president for woodlands at Huber Resources.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Has Irving given much? Could you know about the relationship between Irving and the university and the research that they fund within the forestry department there?
I do know there was a fund, it was before my time, working with the university on research projects. And I would have to bring back more details if that's what you wanted for the work session.
That'd be great. Thank you. And the last question is, BPL does participate in OBF, Bureau of Public Lands does participate in, and do they do aerial herbicide spraying?
No, they do not, that I know of.
Do you have an idea why?
Just they're a different objective, public ownership, as opposed to a private business.
Why would public ownership not want them to return top dollar?
They just have a different objective. Again, we're talking about silviculture. They're not in the same business that Irving is or the other companies.
Thank you for putting up with all my questions, Director Cormier.
Thank you.
Representative Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Cormier, is the department following the lawsuits around the use of glyphosate?
I can't speak specifically on specific lawsuits, but we know they're out there. Yes, we're aware.
A follow-up, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. Thank you. Yeah, so there was Bayer, which owns Roundup, whose primary ingredient is glyphosate, shelled out $20 billion last year to cover the lawsuits against it. And just a few weeks ago, they allocated another $2 billion to cover future lawsuits. And I'm just wondering if you're worried that the department actively supporting the use of glyphosate is going to open the state up to litigation, or if you've talked with the AG's office about this position that's being taken.
You know, I number one, I mean, I guess we have to decide what the word actively means. I don't know if we're actively promoting forest management and proper forestry. And, you know, you got to look at the scale of this. Look at forestry and the amount of acres. There were almost 350,000 acres harvested last year. And we're looking at, so you look at the amount of clear-cut acres, and then even less is the amount of herbicide applied. So it's scale. You look at forestry, it's once application once in 50 years. Agriculture's every year. So looking at the scale of things, I'm thinking about forestry and proper management and how it's a tool for management, and it's not used in a crazy way. It's used for a very defined purpose and very thoughtful and planned out.
Thank you.
Representative Osha.
So hello, Commissioner Cormier. Thank you so very much for your testimony. I'm new to this committee, so I'm learning. I'm reading about OBF and what the goals of it. And as a soil scientist, I'm interested in the soils goals. So my question is, you talk about the benefits of this spray application, but another goal of OBF would be to conservation of biological diversity, and that would include in soils and protection of soils, but also I'm interested in sequestration of carbon in soils. And when you use an herbicide, that undermines those things. So is there some evaluation in OBF or in your department about how the spraying of pesticides does or does not undermine the goal of storing carbon, which is part of the carbon sequestration, would be part of the Climate Council's focus?
Yes, thanks for your question. So under OBF, there's sustainability goals, and one of them is soil productivity. And so yes, that is part of the evaluation process of OBF members. I would say OBF members are the most reviewed landowners in the state. So we rely on FSC certification requirements. So they are audited by FSC, third-party auditors, and it is under their goals also to reduce herbicides and reduce the impact to soil. And looking at herbicide and especially glyphosate, the half-life, it binds very well to soil particles, and the half-life is very short. So again, we're all, we're looking at that, and we're looking at the alternative would be ground application, which would be a much higher soil disturbance, much more equipment, so much higher impact on the soil. And so, yeah, we're in many ways that's being reviewed for folks in OBF.
So, but evaluation doesn't include how you might remove the understory that you're trying to remove by more mechanical means, for example, labor. That wouldn't have any pesticide, any herbicide. So is that part of the evaluation?
Can you ask that again? I'm not sure.
Well, you gave an analysis that this is less herbicide because of the way it's being applied. I guess my question is, aren't there alternatives that are no herbicide that also reduce the competition by the vegetation with the trees being planted?
There's always alternatives such as no use, and it gets down to that efficiency and what's best for growth and the landowner's objectives. So it's very complex, and it's, very dynamic ecosystems we're dealing with, very complex equations as to what's going on in the ecosystem. And, Representative O'Neill asked about my process of how can I support this? And again, I have to look at the science of it. And with this bill, we're talking about forcing an alternative that is not going to be what we want.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Cormier, I'm going to make a couple of comments, and my question is, can you react to these? And that's not just to get a question in. I look at forest practices, and they've changed over the decades for sure. And I see things like, at one time, clear cutting was, oh my God, this is the worst thing on earth. Okay, but it was more efficient. It produced more wood, it blah, blah. And then I look at the large machinery that is in the forest doing the job. And I've been in these places numerous times. And sometimes you can't walk through there because of the disturbances of things like skidders and filibunchers and all of this. I mean, you have mentioned numerous times this morning about the disturbance of the land when you bring machinery into ground spray, et cetera. And I can't fathom that it would be anything like this big machinery that has taken over the woods, if I could say it that way. I also am concerned about, sometimes we create some of our own problems. For example, if we clear cut, is that not going to open the landscape up to prolific growth of native species, such as the things that are creating a lot of ground cover, making it hard for spruce to get up through the ground cover, et cetera, or for that matter, non-native species. So this is a very difficult thing for this whole committee. I'm certain. And I look at these, and it's so hard to take evidence that you bring and evidence that somebody else brings that are diametrically opposed. So I'd like to have a little reaction to those comments that I've been noting as this discussion goes on. Thank you.
So I'd like to refer back to Representative Underwood's question of silviculture. So when we talk about what this is all about, we go to silviculture and spruce fir management. You can only manage in a certain way. And that involves, there's many complexities to it, but again, the art and science of forestry and silviculture of spruce fir management is clear cuts. So yes, there's big machinery out there, and all of us in the Maine Forest Service are constantly out there trying to get with landowners about proper planning of these cuts so that you don't have you reduce as much as possible soil disturbance. And it's about the operator. It's not the big machine. It's about that operator doing a good, careful job. But you know, when you talk about this issue here, I'm talking about science and silviculture and managing, particularly spruce fir. I don't know if that answered your question.
I don't know. I don't know if it does either. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I see another hand up, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Cormier, I want to come back to the question about Climate Council goals. I heard you mention that soil productivity was a goal. And we've already mentioned the goal of increasing forest carbon storage. So I'm trying to get a sense from you if you could answer how the practice of clear cutting and then herbicide use serves those goals.
Sure, and the soil sustainability goal that I was referring to was the outcome-based forestry goal, which is also in the Climate Council goals. So when you're talking clear cutting, again, I have to go back to the science of forestry, that it's a silvicultural practice the foresters use for spruce and fir management. And when you add aerial herbicide to it, you're increasing growth, which is increasing carbon storage at a faster rate. So the simplest answer is you could be doubling the growth of that stand by using aerial herbicides, and there's your carbon storage, which is adding to the climate goals. And by reducing soil disturbance by not having multiple pieces of equipment with sprayers.
Thank you. A follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
So I just have some questions about, I have encountered studies that suggest that there's actually a loss at the beginning of these phases. Can you speak to that? I see you nodding your head relative to carbon storage. And I also hear you talk about reducing soil disturbance in terms of not having mechanical equipment go over the ground versus the spraying. But I think it's kind of a circular argument and a shift from what I'm suggesting, which would be to move away from those wide spraying practices. And I think it doesn't get to the heart of the issue, because what I would like to hear is, does this practice as a whole, whether you're driving in and disturbing the ground with mechanical equipment or flying overhead, end up disturbing the soil and decreasing soil health?
So remind me of the first question again.
Maybe get number 2 and I'll try to remember.
Okay, so we have to look at the merits of what this bill is. And today here we're talking about the merits of eliminating aerial spray. So my argument is that's, I know you're saying I'm greenwashing, but my argument is that it does reduce soil disturbance as opposed to the alternative. And that's within the merits of this bill. And I have your first question again. So you were talking about carbon storage, or the effect of clear cuts with respect to carbon. So when a clear cut is done, you are talking a net loss at that point, but the acceleration of growth within, I'd have to look again, but 5 to 10 years, you've exceeded the growth, and you're having more carbon growth at a faster pace.
Thank you. A follow-up, please, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
So I'm no scientist, but my understanding with these practices is if you clear cut and then spray with herbicides, there's going to be a loss to the root system and, you know, whatever is growing under there. Can you talk about those impacts? What are we missing here when we only talk about increased growth because you're spraying?
So most of the herbicide spraying is what we call release. It's done in the fall. And the target is raspberries, might be invasive species, that tall blue lettuce I was talking about. So you've got the spruce fir seedlings that they've hardened up, what it's called hardened up. So they're not affected by the spray. So the aerial spray eliminates the competition for those seedlings, allowing for growth, allowing for that carbon storage. The spray itself, glyphosate binds quickly to soil, and it has a short half-life. So it's not, its efficacy is short within the soil. And it comes down to proper planning. This is all about proper planning, that that there's no wind, there's no, the temperatures are correct, and that there's no big rainstorms coming. So it's just there's a lot of controls to it. You've asked about a lot of questions about soil health. So I'm saying with aerial glyphosate, you got to look at the risks and rewards. And with this application, with the objectives, with accelerated growth, then I'm again, opposed to the bill.
Thank you. I think my question was more when we're looking at clear cut, replant, and spray versus maintaining root systems. If you could speak to that.
Well, it again goes back to this is a silvicultural practice. So with a spruce fir stand, you have to clear cut at a certain stage, or the rest are going to blow over. And so you've got volume loss. It's harder to deal with. There's a lot more soil disturbance in that respect. So yes, there's a you're clear cutting. Obviously, those trees are gone, but you're replanting on the best sites that they're planting on, and you've got whole new root systems growing in.
I think, and I'll let you go after this. My question is just about what's the effect of that disturbance? What are we losing?
Well, I guess I'd have to think about that one, but I mean, there's risks and rewards for all the silvicultural practices we have. Maybe I can come back to the work session with that answer.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Representative Underwood. You're muted, Representative. Representative Underwood, you're muted. Thank you.
I've lived in northern Maine all my life, and the landowners and the government, through Commissioner Cormier, for example, they have a great partnership relationship in governing our land. Nobody wants to see anybody hurt in any or sick or in any way, shape, or form. Commissioner Madeline, Senator Dill, no?
So far, you're okay.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to express my support for Commissioner Cormier, that she listed off a lot of names, and they're landowners up here, and they want to treat their land with the greatest respect that they can, and they do, and allow them the practice, allow them along with the government and private ownership, to manage the lands. And as long as nobody can come up with a specific reason why they should change, then leave them alone and let them do it. So this statement or question is for Commissioner Cormier, are there any other areas in relation to this bill that needs to be brought in to help you out with your argument in not supporting this bill?
Thank you. And you bring up a great point that these folks who are working in the woods, they're people that love the woods. They're not trying to mistreat the woods in any way. And they're doing a job because we consumers are looking for forest products. There's a need out there, and they're doing the best they can under the constraints they have. So, I just want to reiterate that you just got to look at the scale of this, and there are many stopgaps in place for control of this and monitoring. They're monitored more than any other landowner. And, we have to ask if we are doing everything we can to reduce the vulnerability for the future. And I say that with respect to spruce budworm. So these practices I worry about that. I worry about the long-term viability. If this bill goes through, we're going to have the potential of having a lot of stands, slower growth, less spruce content, and we're going to be up for problems with the next spruce budworm infestation. So forestry is so long-term, and this is a complex issue. And I welcome your questions, but it's, forestry, I just say, we've got to look at the science of this. There's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of noise with glyphosate out there. There's a lot of studies too. And like I said before, I stick to the science of what's going on and think about the alternatives. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your questions, and thank you for your testimony, Patty Cormier.
Thank you.
We will be looking to see you at the work session for some of the information you said you'd bring back to us. So with that, we have a couple, I think, to introduce themselves. Representative McCray, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield up in the county, and I had a little internet trouble this morning, so I was a little late, ran it into panic, but Cheryl got me on, so I'm glad to be here.
And Senator Maxman, I think you missed introductions.
Yes, I had to be in another meeting quickly, but I'm Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is Lincoln County, Washington, and Windsor.
Is there anyone else from the committee that I missed this morning for introductions? Nope. Okay, the next three people to testify are Beth Ahern, Colin Antea, and Heather Spalding. So Cheryl, if you could let them in, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, is that you, Beth? I see, I can't see you, but I
Oh,
can
here
hear
we
you.
go. There we go.
There we
Undid
go.
my video. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Beth Ahern, and I offer testimony on behalf of the Environmental Priorities Coalition, the EPC. The EPC is a partnership of 32 conservation, environmental, and public health organizations who unify around a common agenda every year. The EPC represents over 100,000 members in Maine who want to protect the good health, good jobs, and quality of life that depend upon a healthy environment. LD 125 is one of the priority bills for the coalition this year. Forestry herbicides threaten public health, ecological systems, and local farms. Maine's largest landowner, Irving, routinely uses aerial spraying of hazardous chemicals to manage the growth of the trees they harvest. Glyphosate, the most commonly used herbicide in forest management, is linked to serious health impacts. There's lots of science. The International Agency of Research on Cancer, an agency within the World Health Organization, published a study in 2015 that determined glyphosate is a probable human carcinogen. It is the main ingredient in Roundup, and multiple studies have found that in addition to cancer, it may cause chromosomal damage, harm fetal development, reduce liver and kidney function, and lead to endocrine disruption. 10 countries have outright banned glyphosate, and many more have severe restrictions. Vermont banned all herbicide spraying for forestry in 1997. There's a wonderful blog by my colleague Stacy Haynes that I've attached in the written testimony for you to read. This is really bad stuff, but it's sprayed from the sky over large tracts of land, and I would argue poison soil. Glyphosate places wildlife at danger too. The US EPA found that glyphosate threatens nearly every animal and plant species, as Senator Bennett found. We read the same study. Finally, herbicide drift sprays, herbicide spray drift can travel great distances and threaten the health and economic livelihood of organic farmers. Contaminated produce cannot be marketed as organic, and farm families whose land is contaminated by this drift must surrender their organic certification for 3 years through no fault of their own. This happened to organic potato farmer Jim Gerritzine, who you will hear from today. Unfortunately, Maine's reliance on herbicides for forestry management is increasing. Contrary to what Director Cormier says, Mitch Lansky found that the spraying has increased over the last 11 years, an average of 69%. And with all due respect to to Director Cormier, I find that the state hiring the same firm, SES, who did the Irving, who works for Irving, to say that that is an independent assessment, I think is absolutely incredible.
Can you summarize, please, Beth?
Yes, I can. Glyphosate causes harm and its use is increasing. It's time to stop this trend and ban the spraying of glyphosate and other synthetic herbicides. Please vote ought to pass.
Thank you. Other questions for Ms. Ahern? All right, seeing none. Next is Colin Antaya, excuse me.
Good morning, Chair Dill, Chair O'Neill, and members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Colin Antaya, and I'm a legal fellow with Conservation Law Foundation. CLF is a nonprofit, member-supported environmental organization working to protect Maine and New England's environment for the benefit of all people. We use the law, science, and the markets to create solutions that preserve our natural resources, build healthy communities, and sustain a vibrant economy. I'm here today to speak in strong support of LD 125, which would prohibit the aerial spraying of glyphosate and other synthetic herbicides in forestry management. Glyphosate is far too toxic to be sprayed over Maine's forests. The World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer has deemed glyphosate probably carcinogenic to humans. This puts glyphosate in the same category as other dangerous substances, including nitrogen mustard, a compound created for chemical warfare, DDT, and a number of other pesticides now banned in the United States. In addition, California has classified glyphosate as known to cause cancer under its well-regarded Prop 65 consumer warning program. Glyphosate sprayed over Maine's forests threatens the health of the pesticide applicators and the foresters and loggers who work in the area. In addition, glyphosate sprayed aerially is likely to drift and put nearby homes and farms at risk. Glyphosate's harm to humans has been proven in a number of recent court cases, with juries awarding more than $2 billion to homeowners and a school groundskeeper who developed cancer after using glyphosate. In addition to being a risk to human health, glyphosate is an unacceptable danger to Maine's forest ecosystems. As you've heard already this morning, but which I think it bears repeating given how stark the numbers are, the EPA has determined that glyphosate threatens 93% of species listed under the Endangered Species Act and 96% of critical habitat. The EPA determined that glyphosate is toxic to mammals, birds, fish, and aquatic invertebrates, and found a variety of chronic effects to growth and reproduction. Forestry is an integral and historic part of Maine's economy. We must manage our forests in both a responsible and economical way, including protecting the health and well-being of those who work in our forests. It is folly to allow the use of glyphosate in the pursuit of short-term profits that not only damages Maine's unique forest resources, but also the men and women who sustain and harvest those resources. CLF respectfully urges the committee to act favorably on LD 125. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on this issue, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have about my comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Again, thank you. Next up is Heather, followed by Hilton Hafford, Jim Gerritsen, and Mary Finn.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. MOFGA supports LD 125, and we thank Senate President Troy Jackson again for his commitment to banning this practice. I also want to commend President Jackson for his profound introduction of the bill this morning and for his emphasis on addressing how the practice of aerial herbicide spraying has no benefit to the local rural communities of Maine's North Woods. There's no question that glyphosate and clear cutting are harming the environment. It's powerful to hear from people on the ground who struggle to protect their health as well as the health of their surrounding ecosystem and economy. We often hear from the forest industry that soil health is a priority and that young trees may take up carbon faster than old trees. However, the soil disturbance and decomposition of organic matter caused by clear cutting and subsequent herbicide spraying actually leads to net carbon emission, which can last for up to 15 years. This practice flies in the face of Governor Mills' Climate Action Plan and its ambitious emissions reduction goals. You've heard a lot about the health and environmental effects of glyphosate, and I've included many references in my written remarks. To abbreviate our concern about glyphosate, it is classified by the World Health Organization as a probable human carcinogen. It also is linked to chromosomal damage, fetal development harm, reduced liver and kidney function, and endocrine system disruption. It's persistent in the environment and threatens almost all of the species on the endangered species list. 17 countries ban or restrict glyphosate. The chemical giant Bayer, which purchased Monsanto in 2018, paid a settlement of $9.2 billion for more than 100,000 plaintiffs asserting they had contracted non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from glyphosate exposure. Now the company intends to pay another $2 billion to cover claims over the next 4 years. Aerially spraying pesticides causes drift, sometimes up to a mile from the targeted site. The practice has posed serious threat to Maine farmers, some of whom have lost crops and their organic certification status through no fault of their own, as you will hear from other people testifying today. Corporations with control over forest land must take full responsibility for their management practices and avoid chemical trespass. MOFGA supports LD 125 because banning aerial herbicide spraying for silviculture will accelerate the necessary transition to ecologically sound, climate-friendly forest practices that protect Maine's land, water, wildlife, and people, and create a healthier Northwoods economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Heather? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Hilton Hafford. Is Hilton still?
He is not in the waiting room any longer.
He is no longer in the waiting. I see him there. His hand is up
Where?
right there. See him down at the bottom of the screen now?
Hello?
You there? Yes, we hear you.
Yes, got him.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Mr. Hafford, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Hilton Hafford. I'm from Allegash. I want to thank Senator Jackson for introducing this bill. If he wouldn't have been from the area, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion. I'm here in favor of speaking in favor of the bill. Just would like to relay a few comments. I guide in the North Main woods, and I've been over every piece of it that's in question as to the spray. And I'd just like to relay some comments of some of the people that I take out. Some of the people, when we go by these, what we call dead zones here, we stop and we look at them, and the people, even from Southern Maine and from out of state that I take out, they ask me what has happened here. And I start explaining to them what I see and what has happened and the procedure that's been done. And some of the comments are, well, why don't you contact DEP or EPA, Maine Forest Service, Inland Fisheries and Wildlife? Why aren't they doing something about it? We cannot believe this is happening. And that's only from the destruction we see on the top of the ground and not what we see underneath that we don't know anything about. I've been an opponent of aerial spray since in the 80s when this started. I've been an opponent of the herbicide, and I see the effects of it firsthand here. We're losing our wildlife. We're losing our wild bee population. We're losing habitat for the wildlife. And everyone seems to talk about the industry and the bottom line of the industry. And so are we going to sacrifice our wildlife and our environment for the bottom line of the industry? And without singling out anyone, another observation is that the city of Portland land base is 14,000 acres. This procedure is done to the equivalent of the city of Portland on a yearly basis. And industry will say, well, we only do it one time. It's kind of like saying, we're only going to kill everything here once. We're not going to come back and kill it again. And no one really seems to have a grip on the underlying effect of what is happening with it. Prior to this bill being introduced, I guess for the second time, the governor was contacted about this spray, and her comment was, who was spraying and what are they spraying? Well, it's in the northern part of the state, and it's affecting our rivers, our brooks, our streams, our fish, our wildlife, and we'll have the trees growing whether they be from natural ways or not. But once the wildlife is gone and once the environment is gone, it's never coming back again. So are we going to sacrifice that for the bottom line of the industry? And it just seems to me that, you know, I said to a lot of people, oh, where are the environmental groups? Where are the animal rights activists? Where do the animals fit into this picture? And it seems like everyone has just dropped that out of the equation. We talk about—
Summarize, please.
What's that?
Your 3 minutes are up. Can you summarize quickly, please?
No, I guess that takes care of about all of it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Hafford? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hafford, for your testimony. I'm wondering, you talked about what you have seen in all your experience guiding and being on the land. Can you talk about different impacts that you've seen, maybe to streams or things like that?
Well, streams that I've been to in the years before this procedure was done in those particular areas, you would go to a small brook and you would see trout in those brooks. And if you put your foot in that brook, it would almost make you cry as to how cold the water was. The thing about it is now you go to it and the water is warmed up in those streams, if they're even existent now. The water is warmed up in those streams to where it's nothing but a puddle on the side of the road. There's no more cold spring water. The tributaries of the rivers are all warmed up. The trout are almost non-existent in a lot of places where this procedure has been done. You can go to places along the rivers and the streams where it seems like, you know, we hear that there's got to be a buffer and there's got to be this and got to be that to protect the streams. But in reality, when you get there, none of that has happened.
Thank you. Could you elaborate why that hasn't happened?
It's kind of like having a speed limit and no one to police it.
Thank you. And if I may, one more, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Why do you think more people from your area aren't coming to talk? Do you think there's some fear about speaking up? And could you talk about that?
I spoke to a lot of different people, loggers, other guides, inland fisheries and wildlife people, forestry people, and all of them have the same thought and will say the same thing behind closed doors. And they will also tell you, we can't say anything about it because if we do, we put our lives in jeopardy as far as economically. And no one wants to speak out because of the threat that the company can be to them. And they just don't speak out about it. And they don't understand that what we're losing, sportsmen, for instance, they don't want to speak out because they could be not able to take their sportsmen on that land. But if there's nothing there to go for, the sportsmen aren't coming anyway. The outcome-based forestry thing seems to me that the outcome-based forestry thing would be the equivalent of humans being outcome-based smoking. That would be the equivalent of what's happening in the forest industry. I realize there's a great concern and a great need for forestry and what they need to do to the forestry, but do we sacrifice the environment and our wildlife to just grow trees?
Thank you.
Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hafford. A very, very similar question, but I was wondering if you could comment a little bit more about what you've seen around the impacts to the soil and the land with the crushers and skidders dragging chains in the woods.
Well, that was another thing, because I've listened to the testimony of Cormier, and they were concerned, and you had brought it up about the impact of disturbing the soil and the aerial spray as opposed to mechanical spray. The procedure that is done for prep work for the soil is a large grinder behind a skidder and dragging chains that goes through and it grinds up stumps, roots, and exposes the soil in order to replant the trees. One of the concerns that they had was the budworm. The trees that are planted now are a genetically altered tree that's supposed to withstand any blight. So why do we need the spray? Why by eliminating the spray, would the budworm have an effect on trees, spruce and fir trees that are non-native and are not going to be affected by budworm? But the soil is totally, if it didn't get ground up enough during the cutting process, then they go over it again, dragging chains, like you say. There's a piece of equipment that's got big mechanical hydraulic wheels on the back of it that grinds all stumps to expose the soil to plant the trees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, again, thank you for your testimony. And we'll move on. Remember, everybody, it's a 3 minutes limit for your testimony. And Jim Garrettson, you're up.
Good morning. So I'm Jim Garrettson. We've been farming organically in the unorganized territory of Aroostook County for 45 years. Our main crop is Maine certified seed potatoes. So in our township, 23,000 acre township, we have 9 residents. 7 of those residents are in our family. And behind me, I've got a aerial photograph taken on New Year's Day, and I want to show that to you. This is our farm here. The fields that are hourglass shaped are about 50 acres in size. For clarity, this is US Route 1. This is the laser is heading north. This is Bootfoot Road. So our farm is here. This is land adjacent to us that was clear cut a few winters ago, up to within about 50 feet of our certified organic fields. If that, and I put this in detail in written comments so you can really refer to them, but if that landowner should choose to spray for softwood release, there's no doubt in our minds at all that that will drift off target, contaminate us, and again lead to our loss of organic certification and the forcing us out of business. And I say again because this happened to us once before. In May of 1979, we had gone through all the procedures to be exempted from the spruce budworm spray program of that year, yet we were negligently sprayed by Globe Air of Tucson, Arizona, under contract to the state of Maine, sprayed with the chemical carbaryl. Because of that, we lost our certification from MOFGA for 3 years. Fast forwarding 40 years, if we should lose our certification because of the spray drift incident, the markets that we've developed over 40 years would be ruined. Our reputation would be ruined. We'd be forced out of business. We would lose our livelihood. The dozen employees we have, they'd lose their livelihood. And I think it's up to the legislature to create legislation that protects those of us that live on the edge of the industrial forest. I'm not confident that the financially conflicted Board of Pesticide Control is going to protect us. And if I had more time, I could tell you about a hearing that I went to following that spray incident. And it offers no confidence. And 40 years later, I have no confidence the state is looking out for our interests. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Again, thank you for your testimony. We'll move on to Mary Finn. And it was my mistake. I didn't catch the prop when you brought it up, Jim, but all of our speakers, I just want to remind everybody there are no props to be used. That needs to be included in your testimony. So with that, Ms. Finn. And followed after her will be Mitch Lansky, Roberta Manter, and Sarah Woodbury.
Senator
Mary,
Dill,
please. Yep.
Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and the honorable members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in favor of LD 125. My name is Mary Finn, and I am a resident of Saco. I submit this testimony on behalf of the Maine Unitarian Universalist Advocacy Network as a person of faith, acknowledging our responsibility to protect the quality of the environment. I am proud to add the voice of our 650 member organization in support of this legislation, which would ban aerial herbicide spraying, which reduces food and habitat for wildlife and results in chemical persistence in the environment. When passed, this bill will encourage a shift toward more ecologically friendly forestry practices. My family is a customer of Maine organic farmers who have been affected by aerial spraying and loss of their organic certification, which also deeply affects their ability to make a living from their farms. My family also enjoys camping and hiking as thousands do in the northern Maine woods and wish to continue to do so in a non-toxic environment. Glyphosate is a deadly environmental toxin that is currently banned in other states because It is a harmful toxin and was determined to be a probable human carcinogen in 2015 by the World Health Organization. Let's do the right thing here and ban it. Unfortunately, the use of aerial spraying is increasing, particularly by larger landowners, although it is contrary to Maine state policy. We believe that by passing LD 125, the state of Maine will ensure a healthy Maine forest ecology and economy. Let's do what is right to protect the environment and the Maine people. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Sin? All right. Again, thank you for your testimony, and we'll move on to Mitch Lansky.
Can you hear me?
I can, Mitch. Can't see
Hello?
you, but we can hear you.
Hello. Start video. Hello. Can you see me or hear me?
I can hear you, but it's kind of spotty.
I'm so sorry. Let me see if.
That's okay. We can hear you, but we just
do
can't see
something
you. So
here.
if you just want to go ahead, that'd be fine.
Oh, there. Here I am. Okay. Yeah, I'm Mitch Lansky. I live in Reed Plantation, and thank you, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and members of the committee. I would like to just address some of the statements that have been made. Some of these facts that we're dealing with should be shared information that all agrees. And for example, how many acres are sprayed each year, things like that. And so I'll quickly say that between 2008 and 2017, the average amount of spraying was 8,000 acres. And starting 2013 to 2018, herbicide use in terms of acres sprayed for release went up by a factor of 10. It went from 1,300 in 2013, and in 2018 it was over 15,000 or 16,000. So that should all be just basic facts that we all know. And what's interesting about that is we keep hearing about a reduced reliance on chemical pesticides, and it turns out that going from and I've submitted written comments so you could see a graph that shows supports what I'm saying, but if you're going from 1,300 up to 15,000, that is not what I would consider a reduce in use. There was a big drop from 1989 because a lot of landowners started selling off their lands, and it was landowners who did a lot of herbicide spraying before as a result of the budworm salvage. So, it wasn't out of the goodness of their ecological hearts that they were reducing spraying. It's that they sold their land and the new owners didn't go for that. In terms of alternatives, obviously there's alternatives besides ground spraying, because we were just talking about public lands. Public lands has hundreds of thousands of acres, and in 2018, they did about 26 acres out of hundreds of thousands of acres, and they hardly ever spray herbicides. They have sprayed herbicides. It's sad that an anti-spray person like me has to tell you that, but I go by the facts and not by what I wish would happen. And so in terms of outcome-based forestry, that started with Irving in 2012, and so their first year was 2013. So that big increase happened after some of the biggest landowners who do spraying started in with outcome-based forestry. The contractor who did that study that has been mentioned a number of times was Robert Rubes from Scientific Certification Systems. And his company did the certification of both Irving and Seven Islands.
Can you
And people
finish
were
up,
saying
Mitch,
he
in a
worked
couple
for them. Well,
sentences, please?
he contracted to do their certification. No, I just as soon stop because I could keep going forever. I'll stop, and if there's any questions, I'll answer those. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Mr. Lansky? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lansky, for your testimony. Could you complete the thought and explain a little bit more about the study that you were talking about at the end and who conducted it?
Oh, that study was done for the Pesticide Control Board, and as a result of Troy Jackson's bill from a couple of years ago, it was decided to turn that into a study and see how well the herbicide use was done in terms of following the rules and regulations and keeping it out of water and stuff like that. And so it's not much to read. It's just a bunch of tables showing how things went. Like they were supposed to not spray higher than 10 feet. Well, most of the spraying was over 30 feet, but it's besides the point. It's not worth talking about actually at this time. I think there's other subjects we should be talking about besides that study, because there's not much to see from that.
Are there any other questions?
A follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
So we've talked quite a bit today with Director Cormier about Maine's climate plan and about soil health and storing carbon. Can you talk a bit about whether clear cutting and spraying helps us achieve those goals and what alternatives might look like at scale?
Yeah, I could. Besides being a resident of Reed Plantation, I've also written a few books, and I've written a bunch of studies, and I've paid a lot of attention to climate change issues and forestry. One important thing that you should know is that trees or wood, if you take the moisture out of it, is 50% carbon. So if we're talking about carbon storage, the way to have more carbon storage is to have more volume per acre of trees. And so if you have a silvicultural system that actually reduces the average volume per acre across the landscape, then that's not going towards increasing carbon storage. And other people have referred to this, but Patty Cormier admitted this was true, that after a heavy disturbance such as a clear cut, there's a period, and what I have a reference to this in my written comments, of from 10 to 15 years when the site is a net source of excess carbon going into the atmosphere instead of taking it in and sequestering it. And if you have a short rotation, let's say 50 years or 60 years as they were talking, then 1/4 of the whole rotation is in a stage where it's sending out more carbon than it's taking in. And that really isn't solving a lot of problems. And it's also a short rotation clear cuts actually, when you average everything out, it leads to less volume per acre across the landscape. And so this doesn't seem like the best approach to capturing and storing more carbon. And one last thing on that is that we were told that plantations grow so much faster. And so that's more important for carbon storage. Well, actually, if your cut is equal to your growth, the speed at which it grows doesn't matter if the speed at which you cut keeps up with that growth. And so that isn't leading to an excess of carbon being stored instead of being expelled. So any other questions?
Yeah, I think Representative Pluka has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Lansky. I know on my property here, where we have about 100 acres in woodlot, we do selective cutting. Why is selective cutting not an option for large landowners who are involved in outcome-based forestry?
Actually, it is one of the outcome-based forestry landowners is doing a lot of selection cutting, and that's the Bureau of Public Lands. So it can be done. Patty was making it sound like the only way to manage spruce fir is through clear cuts, but that's not true. It all depends what you've got. If you've got short-lived trees like fir dominating the landscape, it's a real challenge. But there's options besides clear cutting, such as shelter wood, where you cut, you thin the overstory of spruce, and then you let it seed. And once you have advanced regeneration, you could cut the overstory, and you don't have to clear cut and spray and do all the rest of that stuff doing that. And shelter wood is one of the, after partial, what they call partial cuts, it's the next biggest category of cuts that go on in the woods. But there's a lot of challenges. I'm not saying that there's simple alternatives that work every time. So what you do is you use the least disturbing practice that allows you to do what you're doing. And you're on your 100 or so acres, you're doing the absolute right thing to do. If you could do thin so that the stand is wind firm, you could build up a beautiful stand doing that, especially if you've got long-lived species like red spruce, rock maple, yellow birch, things like that. So
follow up, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Director Cormier mentioned blowdowns, and you just mentioned wind firm, and she was talking about the loss of root systems due to blowdowns in selective cuts. Is that, how would you equate blowdowns in that situation to the use of clear cutting?
Okay, one thing that's really important with selection cutting is that you don't cut too heavily in stands that aren't wind firm, such as pure stands of fir. You have to leave, the trees like other trees, and they protect each other. But if even if you don't cut it all in stands like with poplar or fir that are short-lived species, they're going to topple over even without you cutting them. So it all depends on what you've got to start with as to what your options are. And the more options you have, the more it makes sense to do selection cutting. If you've got stands that are completely unwind firm and that even a little thinning, you might have to do a shelter wood cut or a patch cut. There's different options. So I can't make a prescription for every situation, but I could just give you the general philosophy of using the least disturbing system that's suitable to your site.
Representative Pluka.
Thank you. One final question. So is that of an option that could be used in outcome-based forestry, doing selective cutting? Could people make money doing that?
The Bureau of Public Lands is growing 24 cords to the acre, whereas in the northern industrial sphere of Aroostook, by the way, I am in Aroostook, in the deep south of it, Aroostook, Somerset, also Washington County, they average less than 16 cords per acre because of the heavy cutting that's been going on. And could you tell me a little bit again of the point that I was making and I got lost making it?
I was just, the idea was,
Yeah.
so you said that you could actually do
Oh.
increase production by using not clear-cut methods. And I was asking for details around that and if that was an option
Yeah.
of our larger landowners.
Thank you. Yeah, Bureau of Public Lands has more volume per acre, but it's also growing more wood per acre per year. It's growing 18% more fiber per acre per year, and it's growing bigger trees because it's not starting from scratch. It's, you know, you're putting volume onto existing trees. So what they're doing makes sense economically, but it also makes sense because you don't mind living near it. You don't have to be afraid to breathe the air or be afraid to open your eyes and see what's going on. It's more oriented towards multiple value protection rather than just a single value. Does that answer the question?
Thank you very much. Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lansky, my question for you is, I'm looking through your testimony and I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you mentioned for about the Forest Stewardship Council and reliance on herbicides, and I see SCS standards,
Okay.
and how that relates to OBF's program.
Excellent question. Basically, the standard of FSC, Forest Stewardship Council, is to take what they call the precautionary approach, knowing that there's potential damage from and toxicity from chemical pesticides. The idea is to use it as little as possible and to reduce reliance on it. The problem is that we've got companies that are certified who use more herbicides than all the other landowners. I mean, they are the biggest sprayers in the state. And so we're supposed to believe that somehow spraying more is the same thing as spraying less. And it sort of joggles the mind to try to figure out how that can be. And also the FSC has as a non-certificational threshold is to have forest management systems that are dependent on continued pesticide use. So that violates the idea that you're actually reducing reliance. What you're doing is ensuring reliance because you have to spray every year. And Irving sprays about 95% of its plantations. The fact that they're doing the plantations with all the site prep that other people have talked about and soil disturbance is leading to a need to spray. So then you have to decide, do you want to spray from the ground or from the air? And that's a false choice that you're given. But you know, the final thing that you have to know is if there's a company that's doing a forest management system that makes them rely on pesticides, why are they being certified if that's a non-certification threshold? And I can't answer that. You'll have to ask them if you get them.
Seeing no other hands, I want to thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lansky. And the next one on our list.
Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Roberta Manter.
Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Committee on Agriculture and Forestry. My name is Roberta Manter and I live in Fayette. I'm here to give you a personal story, and I promise you will see how this is relevant in just a minute. My family is known for living into their 90s. So when my husband David's parents and uncles all lived into their 90s, I was reassured we'd likely spend our golden years together. Then David's best friend was diagnosed with lymphoma. At the time, there was little they could do for him beyond blood transfusions and morphine. He died when he was 42. A few years later, the owner of the orchard, where David had worked for years, was also diagnosed with lymphoma. It wasn't long before he was gone too. David had been feeling run down and having abdominal pain and night sweats. His doctor ran some blood tests. Days later, the cancer center diagnosed stage 4 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. My whole world came crashing in. David was only in his 50s. They said new treatments could keep lymphoma at bay and he'd most likely die of something else. They didn't say that something else would likely be something he would have survived if not for lymphoma. Patients diagnosed with lymphoma can now expect to have 5 to 20 more years. After 4 chemo treatments, David has been in remission for 11 years now. His checkups have been good, but his blood counts never look normal. It's like living with a ticking time bomb. You hear stories of people who have a catastrophic relapse just weeks after a good checkup. Glyphosate is now a known cause of lymphoma. David sprayed with glyphosate at the orchard for years before they knew the danger. No wonder both he and the owner of the orchard got lymphoma. They eventually switched to more ecological practices, less spray, and found they actually got better yield and didn't do in their bee population. We've learned that chemo can have lingering consequences, including what they call chemo brain. David graduated at the top of his high school class and was invited to go to MIT. Now he has trouble remembering things, and he's slower to process information. It's frustrating. It's hard to tell whether his other symptoms are the result of lymphoma or chemo or the pesticides and herbicides themselves. But in any case, we blame his long exposure to spray materials as the root cause. His immune system is not what it used to be. So he tends to catch whatever's going around, and it takes him longer to recover. Imagine how that makes us feel these days. Also, he has nerve problems. Sometimes he has trouble feeling what he's doing, not a good thing for a mechanic. Other times he has excruciating pain or feels like his skin is on fire. We worry for our grandchildren. These chemicals are now in everything. Cheerios and Quaker Oats test particularly high for glyphosate. Is it any wonder these poisons are now commonly found in children's bloodstreams? This can lead to pediatric cancers, decreased cognitive function, and behavior problems. It's time we cleaned up our act before it's too late for the next generation. Once this stuff is out there, you can't pull it back. It's in the environment. And I know one of the people earlier said that it had a short half-life, but it's still out there. Thank you for listening. I hope you'll vote in favor of this important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, I will move on to our next speaker, which is Sarah Woodbury, followed by Alexander Ingraham, Anthony Horahan, and Christopher Fife. Sarah.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, formerly known as the Environmental Health Strategy Center. Defend Our Health's mission is to make sure that everyone has equal access to safe food and drinking water, healthy homes, and products that are toxic-free and climate-friendly. I'm here to testify in support of LD 125. I'm not going to read my whole testimony because a lot of folks have gone over some of this stuff, but the things I just want to highlight, especially in light of Mrs. Manter's previous testimony, that the most commonly used of the herbicides in forest management is glyphosate. Glyphosate is linked to serious health impacts. A 2019 study found links between glyphosate exposure and increased risk of non-Hodgkin lymphoma. As reported in CNN, the researchers found that all of the meta-analysis conducted to date, including our own, consistently report the same key findings. Exposure to glyphosate-based herbicides are associated with increased risks of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. A 2020 study published in Microbiome indicated that chronic exposure to concentrations of Roundup and glyphosate well below the approved regulatory threshold cause embryonic development failure and alteration of metabolic pathways via direct effect on the host and indirect effect on the gut microbiota. And so this can cause also cause fitness burden on freshwater aquatic food webs, and it can affect their ability to deliver critical ecosystem services. Herbicide spray drift can travel great distances, even miles, and threaten the health and economic livelihood of surrounding communities and farmland. As the above mentioned studies show, exposure to these chemicals by those communities can cause significant health impacts. For organic farmers and other communities near aerial spraying areas, it can impact their livelihood. Contaminated produce cannot be marketed as organic, and farm families whose land is contaminated by pesticide drift must surrender their organic certification. LD 125 will ban the aerial spraying of glyphosate and other synthetic herbicides and encourage a shift towards more ecologically friendly forestry practices. The science is clear on the health impacts of exposure to these toxic chemicals. Forestry programs need to move away from the use of these chemicals. We understand the importance of forestry industry here in the state of Maine, but do not believe that profit should be more important than the health of Mainers. Passage of LD 125 should help protect the health of all Mainers. Therefore, we urge the committee to vote unanimously ought to pass an LD 125. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Woodbury? All right, seeing none. I appreciate your testimony today. Next is Alexander Ingraham.
Good morning, Senator Dill and members of the committee. I'm here to testify against the LD 125. I am from Hamden, Maine, and I am president of Pingree Associates. We're a large landowner in the state of Maine and have been working on the land for over 180 years. Aerial application, as mentioned by Director Cormier, is an important aspect of our silvicultural management of the forests. In reference to some previous comments that have been made, we actually predominantly do selective thinning throughout our forest. Clear cutting herbicide is used as a very selective tool and a minimization of the total acres that we harvest on an annual basis. It is used purely to increase growth and maximize growth over the lifetime of a stand, which ranges from, on the optimistic side, 40 years, and on the long term, over 100 years, depending on the species that is being selected for growth. These tools are an important part of our industry, important part of the overall growth cycle of the forests in Maine, and allow us to better manage our forests for outcomes that provide benefit to not just loggers and people that work in the industry, but provide items such as pulp that goes for toilet paper, lumber that goes for houses, and store carbon over the long term. Another item that was discussed earlier, that these managed stands actually have lower cords per acre than other non-managed stands. That is also not factually correct. These stands are accruing more growth on them and sequester and are at a higher inventory level at final harvest than a unmanaged stand would be. So the growth potential on these very selective areas is higher. It sequesters more carbon over the life of the stand. And there is certainly some rigorous third-party verification that goes on for all the actions that we do on the forest on an annual basis. Our management company, 7 Islands Land Company, who you'll hear from later, is FSC certified, SFI certified, and when they were still allowing larger landowners to be part of the Maine Tree Farm, we were certified under that in the 60s. Our family has been focused on sustainable management for better part of 180 years. And we use this tool very, very discreetly to maximize yield on a highly selective amount of acres. Over the vast majority of acres that we manage, it is not part of the management scheme because it is not suited for those acres. It is only used where needed, where appropriate, and as judiciously as possible. Aerial herbicide is that judicious use. Thank you, and I'll cede the rest of my time to others.
Thank you. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, sorry, you shifted, Mr. Ingraham. I had a question about how many acres Seven Islands cut in recent years, and maybe that's not something you can answer offhand. And if that's the case, would you be able to bring it to the work session? Because I'm curious about.
No, I can answer that. We
acres
cover
cut.
on average roughly 2% of our land holdings on an annual basis. So that equates to roughly 20,000 acres.
20,000 each year?
Correct, each year.
Okay.
And the vast majority of that is selective harvesting. Also in some of the other silvicultural prescriptions that Mitch Lansky referenced, whether it's group selections, whether it's shelter woods, these are all silvicultural tools in our toolbox that we utilize.
And a follow-up, Mr. Chair, please.
Sure.
So of the acreage that you're talking about, how much gets clear cut and how much gets sprayed in acres?
A very, very little amount, I think, and Seven Islands will have to correct me on this specific number, but I believe this last year we sprayed less than 100 acres in total. Most of that spraying was being done to control beech bark disease, which creates basically a senescence among American beech tree. It's an invasive pest that infects the beech and causes them to basically get about 20 feet tall and then get down to a minimum growth cycle after that. And the second part of your question, sorry, I got distracted by beech.
I was curious about the ratio of acres clear cut to ratio of acres sprayed. And if I don't know if 2020 was an outlier, and if that is the case, I'd like to have data for 2018, 2019 as well, please.
Yeah, clear cutting is a fairly low percentage of the total that we do. I think it's right around 1,000. Not all of it ends up being herbicided. It depends on what the need is. If it's an area that doesn't require it and the vegetative competition isn't a threat to either natural regen or any plantation, then we won't spray. But in most instances, especially where we are going to be planting those stands to give the seedlings, which are a high cost investment for our group, a chance to survive and have a long-term payback, you need to do an herbicide application.
Thank you for your response. And would you please bring or submit documentation to the committee before the work session for 2018, 2019, and 2020 with that ratio?
Yeah, I will let Seven Islands submit that on our behalf.
Okay, in acres would be helpful, please.
Representative Underwood. You're muted, sir.
Mr. Ingraham, how do you handle a situation where if you're going to do any kind of cutting or spraying, if in the limited use you have, with any organic farmers that are nearby?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Underwood. In our instance, our areas are very remote. The standards require us to notify any neighbors that are close in adjacency. So it's all part of the process. We have to notify any of them in writing, and we also have to list in the newspaper that we will be applicating on such sites. The vast majority of our ownership is in the far out UT in North Maine woods, and is far away from anyone that would be farming or inhabiting those areas.
Seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Next is Anthony Horahan.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Anthony Howerhan, and I represent Irving Woodlands. and I'm asking you to vote odd not to pass an LD 125. A ban on approved herbicide use in Maine will effectively result in a ban on tree planting in the state. While the world is looking to plant more trees in the fight against climate change, this bill will result in less trees being planted in the state. Removing these appropriate, regulated, and approved tools from professional foresters is a vote against good forest management. The herbicides used in forestry are all approved by federal and state regulators, including the EPA. And glyphosate is licensed globally for use directly on over 100 food crops that we all consume. These are applied using state-of-the-art technologies on the helicopter, using precision GPS and boom and nozzle controls. The use of this technology means lower spray volumes. Irving Woodlands, our company, has planted more than 73 million trees in the state, and we plant about 3 million trees a year. Aerial herbicide is an important tool to ensure that seedlings aren't overtopped with raspberries and other vegetation that will be choked out, that choke out the light and the nutrients the seedlings need to survive. It's these areas we are planting are growing 4 times the volume of wood on an acre basis versus areas that are left to naturally regenerate. And these fast-growing forests sequester 4 times the CO2 as a natural regenerating forest. There's great interest around the planet on how we can better utilize forests and good forest management to store more carbon as we transition off fossil fuels and deal with a changing climate. The Biden administration refers to this in the American Innovation Effort on net zero building construction. And interestingly enough, the nominee for EPA Administrator Mike Reagan was answering Senate questions. He stated, we're going to work together with farmers and foresters to make sure they have the tools and information they need to continue to be stewards of the land as we tackle climate and other environmental issues. Yet here we are today as foresters and landowners fighting to keep a very important tool for our industry that will play a key role in dealing with increasing invasive species, as Director Cormier pointed out, and that can play a large role in helping Maine lead the way in climate change. The banning of aerial herbicide could lead to the elimination of planting of our 3 million trees annually in Maine. This means an immediate reduction in the amount of softwood we can sustainably harvest off our land base. This results in job losses, and I know the sponsor talked about this earlier. It's not threats, it's the reality. If we're not growing as much wood, we can't cut as much wood sustainably. And there's 16 to 20 people that would have to go home. And these are hardworking loggers, truckers, and foresters that, because of no fault of their own, just poor policy, will lose their jobs. As well, the local economy in Aroostook stands to lose annually about 1.4 million in spend from these folks not buying parts and fuel and no longer having the planting crews in the area for the summer. So the elimination of planting on the Irving lands means we have a net reduction in the amount of carbon that gets tied up on that land base. And that's 8 million tons over the next 40 years. That's the equivalent of leaving 40,000 cars on the road for the next 40 years. So this is a tool we desperately need as land managers. So I urge you to rely on federally approved science and facts and continue to support Maine's tree planting and carbon reduction initiatives. Thank you, and I'd welcome any questions.
Are there questions? Representative Osher.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And yes, I understand, we all understand that growing vegetation sequesters carbon in the biomass of that vegetation. However, are you, in your statement was talking about how not spraying pesticides would be a net detriment because there would not be carbon sequestration in that above ground biomass. And so I don't quite understand that, because when you're applying pesticides, that knocks back certain vegetation. And so that vegetation certainly is not going to be sequestering carbon. But also, you also mentioned how important soil carbon sequestration is. But are you aware of the residence time of carbon in soils, and that the residence time and carbon in soils far exceeds the residence time in any above ground biomass? And so, although certainly you're looking to have lumber be a commodity, and that's one of the reasons you want to spray pesticides, can you address for me how the growth of vegetation on the landscape and the storing? I guess I want to know if you understand the residence time of carbon in soils. I guess that would be a question.
Yes,
do
yes, I
you
do
understand?
And maybe I could take, maybe I could take it in 2 pieces. The idea of spraying an acre of land Generally, when these areas come back after being harvested, you'll get a lot of what we call non-commercial species, something that's not going to grow into a tree sufficient to make lumber that will store carbon or hardwood that will store carbon. A lot of this is shorter lived species, your gray birches, pin cherries, that certainly absorb carbon initially. We're looking to transition those into a commercial crop where we can also store in the life cycle in the finished products. And we know from all the research we've done on our areas that, on average, a naturally regenerated forest will sequester somewhere around 30 tons of carbon per acre, where we know these planted areas will sequester about 120 tons per carbon at 50 years old. So that's the above ground. The below ground, we also understand the importance of the carbon in the soil. And certainly we're not removing stumps. So initially, as has been referenced, you have a period of time where those sites actually release carbon, but then are more than made up for by having these fast growing areas of plantation that we have on about 7% of our land base that's planted currently. So, and we're very cognizant of carbon and all the other nutrients in the soil because that's the basis of our business today and 100 years from now as well.
Representative McRae, did you have a question?
I did, then I didn't, but I'm here and you called on me, so thank you. I will ask it. Good morning, Mr. Horahan. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine, thank you.
Two quick questions. On all of J.D. Irving's land, what percentage of the cuttings per year would be clear cutting or selective cutting? Or do you know that?
On our land holdings in Maine, we have 80% of the area is selectively cut, 20% is clear cut.
That's asked and answered. The other thing, the word drift has come up numerous times this morning in this hearing, and I know that the helicopter spraying stays down as low as it can, and the nozzles and the booms and everything else are such that it would prevent as much drift as possible. And I'm also aware of the fact that weather conditions at specific time will dictate whether this can happen at all or not. At worst, what's the distance of drift in an aerial spraying on your land?
Well, my experience the last few years and the technology, as you mentioned, has changed greatly, and there's been best practices adopted where we see bigger droplet sizes versus where it was many years ago, and that's one of the differences in ground spray as well. And we've reduced the amount of volume of spray that comes out. So on average, from an aerial application, they're putting out 6 to 8 gallons per acre of mix versus what might be 50 to 100 gallons of mix on the ground. But when you do see drift, it tends to be a few feet. And that's why you've seen buffering of the edges of the cut areas or the plantations, and as well as around wetland buffers and things like that. So, and those buffers are meant to account for any drift that may occur. It's certainly not miles, as we've heard. That was maybe the case many years ago when they were spraying something else like budworm that's very high. But what we see on the operations with helicopters is within those buffer requirements and the best practices. It's very easy to do an audit of drift. You can see it the next year. You can go out and say, here's where we were supposed to spray and here's where there was something happened.
One quick follow-up.
Sure.
So we listened to Mr. Gerritsen a few minutes ago being concerned about his business is organic farming. And there are a lot of organic businesses, farming and growing things and stuff like that. And this drift would effectively put an organization such as that right out of business. Does your company have holdings, or would they consider not using aerial spraying if they were anywhere near an organic business?
And so we do have some organic farms in the areas of our operations. My understanding is the closest one is probably 2 miles away. And it's one of the things that our foresters actually look at the main, there's a map where you can see where folks are, and they take that into account before we plan our operations. It's no different than households. When we think about drift, I think to operate within 1,000 feet with herbicide aerially of a residence, you need special permits. We actually have a company policy that within 0.6 of a mile, we will not do an application. And that's just a standard we put in place to deal with the sense of risk from a homeowner. And I would suggest the same thing should be true with the organic farmers. That, however, we want to ensure that the tools are out there for land managers, but there should be a good discussion before any of that happens near these farmers as well, to talk about the risk and agree on kind of a protocol, is what I would see. No different than that farmer is going to do what he wants on their land. We should be able to manage ours, but look after each other as neighbors.
Thank you very much.
Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Horahan. If my memory serves correctly, were you involved when the town of Allagash was banning the use of aerial spraying?
I was not. I was involved. I actually, that's when I first moved to the county, and that was just as they passed the ordinance. So as the regional manager in that area, I took over right as that ordinance was passed.
Thank you. And just one follow-up question, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how that ordinance has impacted Irving's practices.
Yeah, town of Allagash is a bit unique, as Senator Jackson pointed out this morning, 77,000 acre town with the Allagash and the St. John rivers running through it. The interesting part in Allagash, it really hasn't impacted us there as well. The only place that we use herbicide on our operations today is where we harvest softwood spruce fir, and we're looking to regrow spruce fir. The town of Allagash, that whole township of 77,000 acres, the 72,000 roughly that Senator Jackson pointed out we own, 10% of that is softwood. And most of the softwood tends to be in the riparian areas along the St. John and the Allagash River. The rest of the town tends to be hardwood. And where we have good quality hardwood, we manage that long term for good quality hardwood to make the veneer logs, for furniture, and for folks like the folks at Seven Islands, their hardwood mill in Portage. So we're looking at longer rotations in those hardwoods. So really in the town of Allagash, it's had a minimal impact. And just because it's such a low percentage of softwood in that town, and where the softwood is located along the rivers and whatnot, is an area we wouldn't traditionally be looking at planting and managing that to manage softwood stands. So minimal in the town of Allagash.
Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill. And I think I have my question answered, but I did have another question. I know maybe it's already been answered. I just got my internet service back here a short time ago, so I came on late. But we were talking about drift. How much of a buffer area do you leave around the edge of when you do spray an area like that? Is it like, a couple 100 feet, or how much of a buffer area do you leave?
I'd have to get back to you on that, Representative Hall. I pick a number, but I may be wrong. And I believe it's referenced in the Board of Pesticide Control's best management practices, but we can certainly get that for you.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All right, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Horahan, for your testimony. I have the first thing that I have for you is the same question that I asked the gentleman from Seven Islands, is if for the work session you could come back with data from 2018, 2019, and 2020 with both acres clear cut and acres sprayed with herbicides, please. So that's the first one.
Certainly.
And my other question was about job loss, because I think I'm hearing that you have, you said 7% of the land base is planted at any time. And you're predicting 16 to 20
7%
jobs
is planted today.
planted today,
Yeah,
as
so we,
opposed to, I'm just
yeah, so
curious how
7%
that
of our land
connects
base is
to the
planted today.
job loss estimate, and if you could explain that.
Sure, and I've got a graph and I owe you some of the some graphs from the other day's conversation. But as we plant the softwood, and as I said, we're growing 4 times the amount of wood on an acre over that 50-year rotation. That means that we can reach out as foresters and say, we've got this wood coming online in 2032, for instance, say 10 or 15 years out, that we're counting on cutting at that point. So we'll actually increase the sustainable cut level today because we're growing more. So we have those folks in place today. Some of them are running small harvesters that are commercial thinning these older plantations, these cind areas, and the forwarders and the trucks that go with them. So when we look at it, we have to reduce the amount of softwood we can cut off the land base if we stop planting. And that's, so if we decided we couldn't live without the tool of aerial spraying and planting, as Alex Ingraham printed out, it's a big investment, $500 or $600 an acre minimum, that we decided we weren't going to plant. We have to reduce the amount of softwood that we are harvesting today, which today means that there's less crews that we would need to cut our wood, a couple of us foresters probably to look after the crews. So that's where that number comes from. And we just looked at the volume impact today from the cut impact of not having that wood out there in 10, 15, 20, 25 years.
Thank you. So if I may follow up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
So I'm understanding that it's a rough estimate, and it doesn't seem like it would take into account maybe a shift in product or business model or some other kind of adjustment that you might be able to make.
It's not an estimate. It's right from our wood supply modeling. So we run very precise wood supply models based on our, as Patty Cormier pointed out, everybody has different objectives. And certainly ours is to maximize the amount of softwood on the softwood acres we're growing, maintaining the hardwood land base in the acreage it is today and the other species. So it's not an estimate. It's a pretty solid. It's a pretty solid model that shows us, we know based on all the growth and yield work we do and the tests on the ground, what each of these areas is growing at from a volume basis. So we know to be sustainable, we're going to have to reduce the cut level if we decide to stop planting. And as far as changing the business model, the business model today is we're in the solid wood lumber business, and we're in the solid wood business on hardwood with other folks. And that's where we chose to operate. That's our infrastructure. That's the value stream. Our chips are all committed to different mills around, including our own. They go into the tissue business. So that's how we've built our business model, and that's, we've been successful at it up till now. So it's not an estimate. Those are hard numbers that we won't need as many people.
Thank you for that answer. And may I follow up with one more question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. My last question is, for the work session, could you also bring your formula for your calculation of carbon capture? I'm trying to follow. One specific question that I have is whether you take into account the whole picture with the soil and that disruption, and I'm guessing you do. I would like to have that for the work session and have an explanation of how you calculate that.
Certainly, but I can tell you the numbers I quoted are simply the above ground biomass at this time. So regenerating a forest versus planting a forest on the same acre, assuming everything's the same on the soils, it would just be the above ground biomass. But I can provide you with the equation we use on that from the models.
That would be helpful. I'm sorry, my internet's being finicky, but that would be helpful to have for the work session. Thank you.
I have one quick question for you. A lot of the testimony we've heard today was certainly against the use of glyphosate. If this bill took the turn of just eliminating glyphosate for aerial application in the silviculture practices, with the herbicides that would be left, how would that work? Would it work as well? Are they worse, same? What would that do if we just eliminated glyphosate?
Yeah, good question, Senator. From our point of view, obviously, there's other herbicides used. The one that we use predominantly is glyphosate. Part of the reason for that is that it's a well-known entity with over 50 years of use. As I said, it's still licensed for over 100 food crops in the world. We would look at alternatives, certainly, if they were available. We're always looking at alternatives, and I've had questions whether we look at some greener alternative. We certainly would if they were available. We've done everything from, I looked after a flock of sheep when I first started with the company, that thinking we could do some of that. We've done a lot of mechanical stuff, but by and far today, glyphosate is the one of choice because it's so well known and accepted and so much science around it. But certainly we would look at other ones. And Patty Cormier mentioned some of the invasives we're seeing in the north now with wild lettuces and whatnot, that there's a lot of work being done, and folks are trialing different herbicides to see if some are more effective on those invasive species, and not just in forestry, but in ag and other fields as well, like blueberries and whatnot, is my understanding. So certainly we'd want to understand them, but certainly glyphosate is the one kind of the go-to today.
Do you think for the work session you could, maybe come back with some information on alternative chemicals I'm talking about, because this bill is about spraying synthetic herbicides and glyphosate. So if glyphosate was taken out, could you look at the other synthetic herbicides that would be available to you, efficacy, etc., perhaps, and bring that back to us? I'm not sure if that's truly within
Yes, I'll see what
your purview, but okay, thank you.
I'm sure we can find someone that can help us with that.
All right, that would be great. Thank you. It might be the Board of Pesticides Control, I'm not sure. But with that, I see, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My last question for you, Mr. Howerhan, is how do you see these practices as being in line with Climate Council goals and where we need to be? And yeah, I'll stop there. I just would like to hear from you on how these practices match up, how they're future-minded, how we're being good stewards here.
So there's a couple of schools of thought on that, Representative, is that, as I mentioned, we know for a fact, based on modeling the above ground biomass, when we're planting, where those young vigorous trees are growing at a fast rate and absorbing more carbon faster than what a natural regenerating forest will do. And in fact, a 50-year-old plantation in our area of Maine still has 30% more net carbon type forest. So we think it plays a big role. And we've, as most folks today, we've had different folks approach us about carbon projects, some of the corporations that are looking to offset their emissions. And every indication we have when they do analysis on our properties, because of the planting, because of the silviculture management that happens in the other areas to keep the forest growing at a rapid pace, we outstrip what the growing more wood. And as a company, overall, not just in Maine, is we know that we're sequestering 101 million tons of carbon in our forest today. So that's a big impact on the carbon, and we know, looking through our whole value stream, including transportation, pulp and paper, is that we're a net carbon sink as a company today. And so that's where we get that information. So we think forestry and good forest management plays a key role in any climate change. Certainly there's certain species you're going to want to leave them longer on the land base. And certainly we've done that. We've got about 63,000 acres identified as on our lands in Maine as old growth. And so by growing more wood on a fewer acres over here, by planting and herbiciding, we can allow those other areas to grow longer and older to a true old growth state, whether it's sugar maple or hemlock. Someone mentioned red spruce earlier, which is certainly the case. So it's a combination of kind of that integrated pest management, working along and understanding your carbon footprint. So it's kind of the balance. And so we think forestry plays a big role. And if you look around the world, everybody's looking at the opportunities today as we transition off the fossil fuels.
Representative Underwood.
Hi, this is Representative Underwood, and a question for Mr. Hoover, excuse me if I mispronounced your name. With banning the use of glyphosate, are there any invasive species or pests coming in from Canada, from New Brunswick or Quebec that's up there that might be headed this way? And glyphosate would be a nice tool to have to kill them, I guess.
Yeah, so the invasive plants we're seeing are coming from, some of them are native, as was mentioned, but much more prolific now with warmer temperatures and less cold winters. Glyphosate used directly, the biggest threat we have today is the spruce budworm. It's destroyed over 17 million acres in the province of Quebec in the last few years. It's in New Brunswick. So far, they are keeping it at low levels. We are seeing increased numbers in northern Maine. And glyphosate isn't used directly on budworm, but where it was used in the past, it was helpful as after a budworm outbreak, especially someone referenced earlier the fir areas, getting these areas growing back to conifer again in a timely fashion. It was used in a big way in the late 1980s. And that's probably the biggest one, but not knowing what other species are coming, invasive species, we're seeing more and more around the woods, and as more people travel and recreate different places, we're spreading some of those. The glyphosate directly, I don't see it being used on those other than some of the plant species, but the budworm certainly a big opportunity if that comes to be.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bit of a follow-up to the last question about meeting Climate Council goals and being forward-thinking. And my question is about opportunities to improve, because if, like, let's say our a business already does sequester carbon. Where's your opportunity to improve? Just because this is a team effort, and we all need to figure out what we need to do to address climate change. So instead of saying the way we are is good, what are the opportunities to improve? And I think that's the spirit of this bill and conversation.
Right. So obviously, we feel as a company that planting more trees makes sense. If you look at recommendations, there's been some talk in Washington in the last few years about around the global trillion tree effort, I think they call it, of planting 60 billion trees in the US that would offset 540 million tons of carbon annually. The recommendations when they work through that is that most of that should happen in the Northeast, where Mitch Lansky talked about it earlier. There's some landowners or some land bases that have been depleted. Some of that's a result of the FPA with minimum standards of basal area and whatnot. Others have increased. So we think there's an opportunity to look at the bigger picture, and you've got some particular lands now, including public lands that are tying up. So I think it's looking at the whole and understanding what each landowner is interested in and what their strategy, and then how do we optimize. But we can't talk one landowner at a time, where maybe ours is better suited in some areas to grow softwood trees, where perhaps Seven Islands is better hardwood ground in some areas. So I think it's having a bigger look at the whole thing and then seeing how we can optimize and taking into account we've got lands tied up in parks and national monuments now. So what does that look like? And over time, how do they model out on the carbon profile? So I think it has to be a true landscape level look to say what's the best, and then who's going to play which role.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony this morning. The next person to testify.
Thank you very much for the time.
Yep. The next person to testify is Christopher Fee, followed by David Cole, Hannah Stevens, and Patrick Stroud. So with that, Christopher.
Hey, good morning, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, Forestry Committee. My name is Chris Fife. I live in Winslow, work as Public Affairs Manager for Weyerhaeuser. and I'm also a licensed professional forester in Maine and Vermont. It's good to see you all this afternoon and this morning, although in a very different format from the last time we were together. Weyerhaeuser owns and sustainably manages over 840,000 acres of timberland in Maine, predominantly in Somerset and Piscataquis County. The trees that we grow and harvest obviously make significant contributions to Maine's forest economy each year. And in addition, our timberlands support outdoor recreation, clean air and water, and healthy wildlife habitat. I'm testifying today in opposition to LD 125, a ban on aerial spraying of herbicides for forestry would be short-sighted, scientifically unjustified, and economically damaging. I think it's plainly obvious to the most casual observer that modern aerial herbicide application in forestry is precise, safe, and effective. I'd like to point out a few facts that might be helpful to the committee. First, modern aerial herbicide application uses redundant systems to ensure that herbicides are applied only on the target area. Vegetative buffers are clearly evident after the herbicide has taken effect. And as was mentioned earlier, overspray with herbicides is obvious. The spray nozzles that are used in modern aerial herbicide application create a large droplet that falls to the ground like rain. The water and herbicide falling from the helicopter spray boom look like a curtain laying across the target acres in an extremely precise pattern. People are not allowed near the herbicide application. The area is checked before application. Roads are swept for people, then blocked off, and treated areas are posted with signs identifying that the area has been sprayed and providing information on the herbicide used and a phone number to call if an individual has additional questions. Herbicides used for silviculture are applied at or below EPA regulated label rates, and only once or twice in the 40 to 80 year life of a stand of trees, as was mentioned earlier. Also, forest areas where modern aerial application of herbicide has been used to promote healthy, vigorous softwood trees, support a broad diversity of flora and fauna, including many songbirds, snowshoe hare, and deer. The Maine Board of Pesticide Control has the authority to regulate these pesticides in Maine. And you've already talked a bunch today about the independent assessment by SCS Global that was done in response to the request by the 129th legislature. And that report, the results from that said at the bottom line, no evidence was gathered during the course of the verification audit to contradict the following overall conclusion. The state of Maine regulatory framework within which aerial application of herbicides in forest operations takes place is functioning as designed. Finally, there's wide agreement that healthy, fast-growing forests play an important role in carbon sequestration. Modern aerial herbicide application in forestry is a tool that allows foresters to establish healthy, fast-growing trees. These trees will capture carbon at a higher rate than unmanaged forests, and when harvested, the wood products produced will fuel our economy while locking up the carbon absorbed by the trees for long periods of time. I'd also like to just point out that many of the comments that were made earlier and some of the concerns were really directed at agriculture, and I think demonstrated a lack of experience with the aerial application of herbicides in forestry. And that's not surprising. I mean, it's a relatively minor use in the state compared to other uses, and not something because of the remoteness where it's usually done that most people would be able to observe.
Can you summarize quickly, please?
Yeah, that's really all I have. I would just respectfully urge you to protect this silvicultural tool and vote ought not to pass on LD 125. And thank you for the time.
Are there any questions for Mr. Fife? Yes, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fife, thank you for your testimony. I have the same question for you that I've posed to the others, which is, for the work session, could you please bring data for years 2018, 2019, and 2020 for acres clear cut and acres sprayed, please?
We'll see what I can do to pull that together for you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. Next is David Cole.
David Cole is not in the waiting room.
All right, next is Hannah Stevens.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the ACF committee. I am Hannah Stevens, a resident of Glenburn and land use director of Seven Islands Land Company. I'm speaking in opposition to LD 125. Seven Islands Land Company manages approximately 820,000 acres of family-owned commercial timberland in northern and western Maine, and has held dual certification since 1995. Along with some others, Seven Islands took part in a third-party audit performed by SCS Global Services in 2019. That report found that there is a consistently high level of compliance with applicable BPC regulatory requirements and pesticide label law. For Seven Islands, herbicide is one of many silvicultural tools which we use to promote healthy, productive forests. It is targeted and narrow in its scope with specific desired outcomes. Aerial herbicide, at which the bill is directed, is used on Seven Islands land base primarily for management of diseased beech trees, as well as to encourage the growth of desired softwood species. The majority of American beech trees in Maine are affected by beech bark disease, which leads to cankering, early mortality, and low beech nut or mass production, which is an important food source for wildlife. Seven Islands policy is to retain healthy beech when possible to increase the number of genetically resistant trees. Diseased beech are prolific sprouters, and if left unmanaged, will outcompete more productive and longer-lived species such as sugar maple and yellow birch. This decreases the overall biodiversity, long-term forest products viability, and carbon sequestering ability of the stand. Aerial herbicide is the most effective tool to reduce the competition caused by poor quality diseased beech, and an extremely effective way to improve the health, vigor, and productivity of these sites. Another reason we use it is as a result of the budworm epidemic of 1970s and 80s, many formerly pure softwood stands have regenerated into a mixed wood condition, with early successional hardwood and other species competing with the more desirable and historically dominant spruce and fir component of these stands. Aerial herbicide is used to promote the growth of young spruce and fir trees, releasing the softwood in these stands by removing competition, letting sun reach the young trees, and giving them a jump start to grow at a faster rate. 2020 aerial herbicide application was done on 0.2% of Seven Islands acreage. It's only applied under optimal weather conditions during the time of year when it will be most effective on the targeted species. A stand requiring treatment will be sprayed once or twice over the course of its growth cycle to reduce competition as it's being established, and then it's left free to grow without further herbicide treatment. It only needs that head start to promote the desired dominant species. As we've heard, there's no doubt aerial herbicide treatment is expensive. The topography, rocky and uneven ground condition, and remoteness of many of these stands make aerial application the most suitable method. We judiciously use this important tool when other options will not provide the preferred result. The jumpstart in growth is an early benefit, but the crucial result is realized in the years to come with healthier, more productive, resilient, and climate beneficial forests that benefit rural communities. I urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 125, and thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Stevens? Representative Underwood. You need to unmute yourself, sir.
Hi, what is budworm, and how does it affect us in the growth of trees? And also included in that is organic.
I didn't hear that last part. I'm sorry.
Basically, I'm interested in defining what budworm is and how does it affect the trees, and how does glyphosate, how does that help you manage the growth?
So I want to preface this with saying I am not a licensed forester personally, but the budworm affects spruce and fir trees, and they prefer fir. by defoliation. And so how we use glyphosate in this process or other herbicides is to make more resilient stands to budworm. And that might mean planting more spruce trees or resilient spruce trees, and reducing competition of, things like raspberries in those stands and things that will overshadow them as they're giving that head start to grow. So we're not treating the budworm specifically with herbicide. We're treating, we're making a healthier stand that can be more resilient to a budworm epidemic.
Are there any other questions? Being none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Patrick Strout.
Well, thank you, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and distinguished members of the ACF committee. Patrick Strout, Maine Forest Products Council. I think you've heard from a number of my members, and I think the sense you should get, as well as the sense of those that could make the tour in the woods, that this is a group of professionals, many of them professionally registered foresters. They take this responsibility of managing the land seriously. They're highly trained. And when it comes to the use of herbicides and aerial applications, I think they are more than willing to demonstrate their professionalism and concern for the land and the land base and the people that they supply wood to. There's really 4 points I wanted to hit on quickly. I'll mention them briefly and then talk a little bit more about them individually. But forest treatments using aerial herbicides are strictly regulated using integrated pest management. The Board of Pesticide Control best management practices are in place as well. And we have notification procedures that go beyond any of the other sectors in terms of using forest chemicals. That's chapter 51, I believe, of the regulations. Those are put in place so that there's plenty of notification of anybody in the surrounding area, plenty of opportunity for dialogue. And I think most importantly, you're going to see the emphasis on the use of these in the early years of establishing a plantation. It's used once in either a 40 or 80 year rotation. You'll hear some landowners extend that out to 100 years. A ban would shut down planting trees, and it eliminates a management tool for foresters. We're going to talk a little bit more about spruce budworm because I think that's a serious problem that we have to historically take a look at. The track record for safety spray programs is good over the last 30 years. It's excellent. The third-party audit, I think we need to pay more attention to of the operation. And then we can say something about climate change too, since I've been a part of that climate council appointed by the governor. But with regard to the audit that was done, I mean, in general, I think we need to lean more on the Board of Pesticide Control. They were put together to deal with issues of this sort, to help us understand what the risks are and what the proper use of chemicals in the environment is. And I think they have a toxicologist on board. We cannot discount the importance of that public agency in terms of answering many of the questions that have come up in this discussion. We had a bill last session. We did an audit. People are trying to question whether SCS is an independent auditing agency. They're like a PricewaterhouseCoopers. They are in the business of being independent, and they risk losing their license if they aren't. And they were a third-party auditor that came in a moment's notice to try and provide some guidance on the aerial applications, and their observations, I think, are important. The chart that Director Cormier used, I think, is important in terms of looking at herbicide use. We have budworm that is nipping its heels around us. We're always concerned about the devastation it created back in the 70s in the 80s. It's cyclic in nature. It creates a lot of this even age management that the forest industry has been tasked to manage in the spruce fir forest. In those early years, we had a tremendous amount of openings created both by budworm and by salvage operations, and raspberries abounded, as well as pin cherry and other pioneer species. And a lot of the forests we have today are a result of careful management, selective use of herbicides to make sure the spruce fir forest was here for us and allows us to build sawmills. So
Can
that,
you summarize, Patrick, in a
Yep.
couple of sentences?
yeah, I can. With climate change, I would just take a look at Dr. Adam Dagnow's climate change solutions work, begin to take a look at herbicides and plantation culture and what it can do to help. And I guess I'd summarize by saying, we know foresters have a big responsibility to manage the forests that supply wood to our mills. They take that responsibility seriously. They have a responsibility not only to the 30,000 people that are dependent on this industry, but they also are stewards of the land, the wildlife, and they have a great story to tell. And again, we'd like to invite you on another tour if that's of interest, to come out to the woods. There's nothing to hide. There's responsible management, and we think this committee needs to see more of that, and we'll be glad to accommodate that opportunity. So I ask you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to our next speaker. Thank you for your testimony. Peter Triandafillo is up next.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
And great job on my name. It's usually just Peter T. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, distinguished members of the ACF committee. My name is Peter Triandafillo. I live in Orono, and I'm representing Huber Resources Corporation. We're a family-owned timberland management business that manages timberland in the state of Maine. I mentioned that I represent them because Director Cormier mentioned that I was basically, I ran the company as the VP of Woodlands. I retired recently, so I'm still representing them. I'm a consultant, but I no longer work there full time. I'm here, and I'm also a licensed forester. I'm here in opposition to the bill, and I'm going to be respectful of your time and say that I concur with the previous opponents. And I just want to emphasize a few key points. One of the things that we use, actually, let me back up. You've heard a lot about spruce and fir and releasing spruce and fir, either planted spruce or naturally regenerated stands. That's a really important point because as a member of the For Maine Executive Committee, For Maine is an effort to promote Maine's forest industry and get new investment here. Our spruce and fir species give us a globally competitive advantage. The fiber in those species is very desirable for both paper and lumber manufacturing. It has a very high strength to weight ratio. And it's one of the things, because even though Maine's big to us, it's very small globally. It's one of the things that makes us attractive. And there is no doubt that without the use of vegetation management with herbicides, we would have less spruce and fir today for our industry to consume than we would have otherwise after the budworm epidemic. And the budworm will come back. It's a naturally occurring insect, and we will have to deal with it again. One of the important ways we use the tool is to manage invasives. Maine unfortunately has a number of plant species as well as insects that are invasive and have had an impact on our forest. You heard people mention earlier about beech and controlling beech. Beech is a native species, but the insect that attacks it is an invasive that came through the Maritimes, but from somewhere else, I'm not sure where. And it really has a dire impact on the regeneration of northern hardwood stands where we want to grow saw logs, not just pulpwood. And you can't grow beech saw logs anymore because of the disease. To get at something I think, Senator Dill, that you had asked about were alternatives to glyphosate. I'm sure there are under development. I mean, the science moves forward all the time. But an interesting thing about glyphosate is that beech is extremely sensitive to it, and our maple species, particularly the valuable red maple and sugar maple, are pretty resistant to it. So we can apply very, very low doses below the listed label doses, suppress the beech, not eliminate it, but suppress it and allow maples to get beyond it and then get a better stand growing. And I'm not an expert on this, but I'm not aware of any other chemical that has that characteristic. We've heard a lot today about ground and aerial application. We've done both. We do a lot of ground application because some of our work is in releasing either hardwoods from beech or conifers in areas where we're retaining an overstory. So some mature trees, and because those mature trees are there, you can't do an aerial application. It's both unsafe and the helicopter would have to be too high. So we apply from the ground. And I can say that the people that spoke about it earlier are correct. Ground application is less effective and more expensive and more difficult. So yes, it can be done, but it is where you can do it aerially, it's preferred. Two quick things that have been mentioned earlier with all the respect and sympathy for people that spoke earlier.
You got your time's up, so just quickly, please.
All right, I'll summarize then and say that it's a safe tool. I'm quite confident of it. I've supervised jobs for many years over my career, and banning it, I think, sends a bad message and tells the world that we're not serious about retaining a modern, productive forest industry. And I would urge you to vote against this. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Peter, being here. And I'm not sure if you're the best one to answer this, or I should have asked it to some of the other opponents of the bill. But you just did mention that without being able to use this aerial spray, that the volume of quality fir and spruce would be affected. And I assume that, especially in Seven Islands and some of the other ones, the quality saw logs and stuff in their hardwoods would be affected. Do you have any idea, could come back to the work session with how that would affect the efficiency of our sawmills, and whether we'd even have some of the sawmills if it wasn't for the aerial spray? And I know on my land and some of the other lands, we have a hard time growing a lot of quality saw logs because we don't use spray, and we have to do it mechanically and by hand, and it's not as efficient. So I don't know if you can address that now or at the work session.
I will see what I can dig up, but I can say that, Maine saws more conifer now than we have in our entire history. And if there's one place where we're really competitive are these mostly family-owned sawmills that have invested heavily and really grown their mills. And I again, going back to what the 17 million acres of spruce and fir that we lost during the budworm, if that hadn't been tended and brought back to spruce and fir, I can't imagine those families would have spent the money because the resource wouldn't have been there. But let me see what I can find, Senator Black, and if I can find anything, I'll make sure it's there for the work session.
Representative Landry.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Just a quick question. Your audio faded on me when you were discussing the effect of the beech. Was it the beech in the undergrowth, or what was the problem?
Yes. So in a lot of northern hardwood stands in Maine have the basic species components are maple species, birches, and then American beech, and then a bunch of other minority species. And American beech is affected by an introduced disease that comes on the back of a scale insect. And so it's an invasive. The killing front went through several decades ago, but trees persist with the disease. And as Hannah mentioned, when you do a harvest operation, their root systems are prolific sprouters. So you'll get all of these beech sprouts that will take over the understory and crowd out the maple species and the birch species that we want to grow. So we've used this tool we never want to eliminate species, but we use the tool to knock them back a bit so that the maple can get by it. Did I answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. I do see a lot of diseased beech in my area here too.
Yeah, it's a shame because it's a great tree, but and there are some that are resistant. We always leave resistant trees behind to grow. You see some with smooth bark. Nobody knows yet why they're resistant, but it's always pleasing to see them.
You're right there. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, I'm going to move on to our final two speakers, and that is Don Flannery and Melanie Stern. So Don Flannery, you're up.
He is not going to speak.
He is not going to speak. Okay, Melanie Sturm.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. I'm Melanie Sturm, Forest and Wildlife Program Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 125. Glyphosate is the world's most widely used herbicide. With increased use comes increased risk of exposure. In the last few years, multiple sources have raised new and credible concerns about the impact of glyphosate on people and the environment. But I summarized research on the serious human health impacts of glyphosate in my written testimony, and I'd like to focus today on the environmental impacts. In 2020, a US EPA biological evaluation assessing risks to listed species from labeled uses of glyphosate found that glyphosate could be impacting dozens of endangered plants and animals. Evidence is growing that glyphosate-containing herbicides may impact the functioning and survival of certain fishes, mollusks, insects, and amphibians, as well as soil microbes and certain algae and bacteria. Two 2018 studies found that glyphosate could be altering the essential gut bacteria of bees, harming the weight and survival rate of immature bees and increasing their susceptibility to infection. Other studies have suggested a correlation between the use of glyphosate in agriculture, admittedly a different setting than forestry, and a decline in monarch butterfly populations. Glyphosate may be affecting soil microbes as well. Soil microbes are essential for environmental processes such as carbon and nutrient cycling. Questions have also been raised about the effects of glyphosate on microscopic algae, an essential base of the aquatic food web, and on certain types of bacteria that are an important part of the terrestrial food web. Adverse effects on the foundation of aquatic and terrestrial food webs could have cascading ecological effects. The growing body of research about the adverse effects of glyphosate on people and the environment suggest that the state should take steps to minimize the risks posed by glyphosate, which is why NRCM supports LD 125. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Are there any questions for Ms. Sturm? All right, seeing none, that is all we have for folks to testify on LD 125. So I will close the hearing on LD 125. And we're going to open up the hearing on our next bill. We have about a half a dozen people to testify. Then we'll take a short break. I don't know how long, we'll figure that out before we start the work session, just to give everybody a quick stretch. So with that, I will open up LD 316, an act to prohibit the use of chlorpyrifos. And before I do that, I think I have a couple new people. Yes, Representative Hall, I don't believe you introduced yourself earlier.
Thank you. Representative Randy Hall, representing District 114. Sorry I was late getting on this morning, but our internet was out. So I'm sure that probably was in other places as well. But thank you.
And Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Black, representing the Senate District 17, which is all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec. And we had trouble with the internet ourselves this morning too. Thanks.
Right. And I don't see Representative Gifford at the moment. He's kind of been in and out this morning. So, all right, with that, we will move on. And as I said, this is LD 316, an act to prohibit the use of chlorpyrifos. And to present the bill is Representative, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Dodera? How badly did I butcher it?
Pretty close. Dudera. Thank you,
Dudera, sorry.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Vicki Dudera. I represent House District 94, which includes Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport. I am here today to present LD 316, an act to prohibit the use of chlorpyrifos. How often do you hear this phrase, the worst of the worst? That's how you will hear chlorpyrifos, an organophosphate pesticide, described today in testimony by Professor Sharon Tischer, a retired attorney who has taught environmental law and policy at the University of Maine for 26 years. Unfortunately, Professor Tischer has had to go teach a class, so you may not hear her testimony, but she has submitted it in writing, and I hope you'll take the time to read it. It's very powerful. Indeed, years of research has proven chlorpyrifos to be dangerous, causing adverse impacts on our environment, our health, and our food system. A report issued in December of 2020 by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency reveals that the only residue of concern for the USDA's pesticide data program monitoring food residues is chlorpyrifos, the only. The report further states that residues of chlorpyrifos are turning up in drinking water. The EPA report lists the living creatures most in danger of this pesticide's toxic qualities. In addition to mammals, bees, amphibians, birds, and fish, are very young humans, infants and children, and women in their childbearing years, along with occupational handlers who mix, load, and/or apply pesticide products containing chlorpyrifos, as they may be exposed dermally or by inhalation. This is terrible stuff, and it's especially damaging to the developing brains of our kids, and its residential indoor use was banned by the EPA in 2000. In July 2015, the federal government proposed a ban on chlorpyrifos everywhere after reviewing multiple research studies, partly funded by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, which highlighted the substance's negative impacts. Despite the overwhelming evidence from its own agency, the federal government reversed the proposed ban in 2017. That decision meant that chlorpyrifos has continued to be applied here in Maine, largely in the agricultural community. It's used on produce that we eat, such as cranberries and broccoli, and on holiday items we buy, such as Christmas trees and wreaths. It's used on some of the golf courses where you might spend a summer afternoon, and on the ornamental plants you might purchase at a greenhouse. You and I might encounter this chemical only casually, but because of their direct handling of the substance and crops that come into contact with chlorpyrifos, Maine farmers, farm workers, and their families are particularly vulnerable to this neurotoxic pesticide's negative impacts. In June of 2018, Hawaii became the first state to ban chlorpyrifos. In May of 2019, California followed suit. In August of that same year, the European Food Safety Authority announced a ban on the sale of it. And in December of 2019, the European Union also announced a ban. That same month, New York became the third US state to ban all uses of chlorpyrifos by 2021. In June of 2020, Maryland also adopted regulations to ban and phase out uses of chlorpyrifos, and Oregon is on track to do so as well. You're going to hear today that there are no other pesticides to use in place of chlorpyrifos, but clearly the fact that these other states have banned it and are finding alternatives and are also developing alternatives means that that's not the case. Maine can also be a leader in this regard. LD 316 would prohibit the use of chlorpyrifos in our state beginning in 2022, allowing limited exemptions for 1 year. From January 1st to December 31st, 2022, LD 316 allows the Board of Pesticides Control to grant a temporary permit authorizing a pesticides applicator licensed by the state to use or apply a pesticide containing chlorpyrifos, so long as that licensed applicator possessed the pesticide in the state before January 1st, 2022. This time period allows for a gradual phasing out of the substance for farmers who have already purchased it. The science on this chemical is clear and unambiguous, and yet unbelievably, you may hear today that chlorpyrifos can somehow be safe. Don't believe it. Chlorpyrifos damages the developing brains of children, causing decreased cognitive function, developmental delays, and learning disorders, and it causes serious health problems in those who've been exposed to it. LD 316 offers an opportunity to protect Maine's farm families, our environment, agricultural workforce, and food systems from a dangerous pesticide that can have lifelong negative impacts. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions and provide any additional information for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dale, and thank you, Representative Dodera, for your testimony. Do you have any examples of farms that might be using this? So, you know, what types of farms and what they'd be using it for on crops?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I've spoken with Ms. Patterson from the BPC several times, and she said it has been used on cranberries, it's used on Christmas trees, wreaths. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of tracking about which farms are using it and how much is being used. But she estimated about 5,000 pounds. That was 2 years ago when she looked into how much was being used. One thing I'm worried about is the state of Oregon has found chlorpyrifos when they have tested cannabis. And as we know, that's a growing industry, actually our top industry now here in Maine. And I'm concerned that, what's to keep people from using it on cannabis plants.
So,
are there any other questions? All right. Thank you for your sponsoring and testimony.
Thank you.
No problem. Senator Miramont.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and distinguished members of the Ag, Conservation and Forestry Committee. My name is Dave Miramont and I represent the people of Appleton, Camden, Creaven, Cushing, Friendship, Hope, Isle Ho, Matinicus, Muscle Ridge Islands, North Haven, Owl's Head, Rockland, Rockport, South Thomaston, St. George, Thomaston, and Union, Vinyl Haven, and Warren in Senate District 12. I had my testimony and Representative Dodera covered pretty much everything. I'll just highlight a couple things that on all these organophosphates that are applied to agricultural products, and they talk about the budworm in the last hearing, or any of this that's sprayed. At the beginning of my aviation career, a lot of my colleagues were gaining their flight time to get to the airline jobs or whatever they wanted to do by whatever they could. And one of them was aerial spraying, and they're all dead now. They all died from cancer many, many years ago. They're all my age. So it isn't a great thing to handle this stuff. The other thing about this one is when it's sprayed on apples and other fruits or products like Representative Dodera was mentioning that could possibly pick up the pace here in Maine, as it dries out, the wind picks it up and moves it. And if it moves it to children or pregnant women and affects them, among the other things that it's been tied to, autism and a reduction in their IQ by approximately 7% or 7 points. It made me think about how we do a lot of work to try to make jobs that are great for everybody. But here we have someone who is just born normal and affected by these chemicals and then wonders why they can't sit still, why they can't get a thought to go through, right? Why would we take away that? And the model I like to think about is that the EU uses the prove it's safe and you can use it. And that means a lot of the things that we use are not used there. And hence I buy something that I can't get organic here as an imported product. Another note for those who'd like to sell products locally. So these are all reasons to move it on. We don't need to do anything else to hurt the health of our children. There's enough working against them on a daily basis. And my facts are down, and I just wanted to remind us, I think Senator Dill was here when they took a bunch of folks that normally wouldn't seem to be people who would be bioaccumulating much. One was Representative Pingree back then, and she lives on an island, she eats healthy, And she was one of many people across the country who were tested and found that there were very high levels of many bioaccumulators that you would not think would be found and are having a big effect on us as a population. So I know that after the hours of this morning on a similar type of issue, and the other folks that are going to testify on this, besides Representative Dudero's great testimony, that's enough from me. Please support this bill. I had the same bill. I dropped it. Mine didn't give any grace period. We already know enough about this product. Mine said ban it now. Hers is more gentle. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Senator Miramont? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Okay, next, I don't see anyone else that wants to testify on this as far as legislators are concerned. So I will go to Megan Patterson from the Board of Pesticides Control.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Megan Patterson, and I am the Director of the Board of Pesticides Control, speaking on behalf of the board and the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, neither for nor against LD 316, an act to prohibit the use of chlorpyrifos. This testimony will address 2 points: the board's rulemaking process and some concerns regarding the bill's structure and implementation. And I think most of those could be discussed in the work session, or unless you have questions for me. So the board process: in recent legislative sessions, a number of bills have proposed a legislative solution for a specific pesticide policy issue, instead of tasking the Board of Pesticides Control, also known as the BPC, with a more thorough analysis of the issue. LD 316 will require the board to conduct rulemaking to accommodate both the prohibition of use and the temporary permitting process outlined. The board structure, member experience, as well as its required robust public input process make it well suited to address the directive presented in this bill. The board is a public volunteer board appointed by the governor, where members from diverse professional and personal backgrounds apply their collective expertise to help guide pesticide policy and regulation. In addition, the board has the ability to enforce its rules and regulations, which is an important consideration, particularly with regard to something like this, where measures would need to be taken to ensure people are no longer using the product should this bill pass. By following the Administrative Procedures Act and utilizing the experience of the BPC members and the capable expertise of board staff, we believe that the BPC is the appropriate body to address the prohibition of use outlined in 316. Additionally, the routine technical rulemaking process allows for adjustments should they be needed more readily and timely than the legislative process. And then with regard to bill structure and implementation, to date, the state of Maine has never banned a pesticide. However, a number of pesticides have been restricted, limited, or prohibited, and you'll see those in rule and from use or pursuant to existing state regulations. Details of those state regulations may be found in departmental rules, chapters 40 and 41, and I believe you have been or will be provided with copies of those. Hence, while prohibiting the use of chlorpyrifos as possible, the bill as currently written raises the following issues and concerns. So working with agricultural producers, industries to identify alternatives is necessary and may take considerable time. I know California has been working on this for some time. I haven't seen an identified list of alternatives. Cooperative extension will likely play a role in this as they provide pest management education to industry, agriculture, and the public. There is a need to identify metrics by which transition to lower risk alternatives can be measured. And I think this is more, I think ideally this would occur. If the goal of this bill is to remove a higher toxicity pesticide from limited use, and by limited, I mean, the 5,000 pounds that's listed, which is down from what it historically was used at. It is essential to ensure that alternative pest management methods are as effective and are not applied in greater quantity or in a way that increases exposure to people or non-pest organisms, thereby nullifying any anticipated reduction in risk. Ensuring that existing stocks are either used or disposed of properly may be difficult with the timeline identified. When product registrations are canceled, those products are immediately unlawful to distribute or use. The board can use its public input process in rulemaking to identify a method or methods of regulatory implementation that minimizes the production of waste to be disposed of through hazardous waste contractors and landfilling. This is something we have familiarity with through our obsolete pesticide collection program. Board staff will need time to provide educational outreach, to the applicator community. Should this bill become law, it will do so at the end of the growing season in Maine this year. It is unclear if this will provide sufficient time for people to use existing stocks and or identify alternative approaches to pest management. And I'll just conclude by inviting the bill sponsor, and I know she's attended some of our board meetings in the past, I believe, and the members of this committee to sign up for the BPC's mailing list and to attend the board's public meetings. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you have now or at the work session.
Megan, I have a quick question. What's the difference between prohibiting and banning a pesticide?
Yeah, so it's in rule. I mean, it has more structure to it. There might be more language describing how that process would work. I mean, a ban, in my mind, would mean immediate cancellation without sort of that implementation period that's listed in this particular bill. So a lot of the states that have pursued prohibition of use have done so with either a phase-in process, like Hawaii allowed 4 years for their phase-in of ultimate prohibition with permitting process. California has addressed some products, but not all. Other states have, like Oregon, I believe they also did sort of this piecemeal approach to limiting use of some and phasing in a limitation on others, or continuing to allow. So both California and Oregon to date, I believe, will continue to allow some products that they've perceived to be low risk or likely to not pose a risk in the same way that other products that they prohibited the use of will. And then New York has done something similar, but they have sort of a two-part, similar to Hawaii, where they're going to prohibit all uses, but over time. So they had a phase-in process too. They continue to allow 15 products for use on apples, apple trees, apple trunk treatments for an additional, I believe it was a year. I think that phase-in process ends, I think June or July of this year. So, and I'm not sure about Maryland, but yeah, so it's been a smattering of approaches, but I guess it's just to say there's more to it than simply cancellation of the registrations, which I would argue is a ban, but in rule, we call it a prohibition.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, we will see you at the work session.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next on my list, I have Anna Fetcher and Colin Antea and Heather Spalding. All right, go ahead, Anya.
Hi, sorry, I just got let in. So, just getting my bearings. All right, hello, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Thanks for allowing me to testify in support of LD 316, an act to prohibit the use of chlorpyrifos. My name is Anya Fetcher. I'm the State Director for Environment Maine, a citizen-based environmental advocacy organization that works to protect clean air, clean water, and open spaces. It is time to ban chlorpyrifos in Maine. Chlorpyrifos is an insecticide that is widely used in agriculture throughout the United States, including, as Megan just said, spraying 5,000 pounds every year in Maine. In 2016, the EPA found that infants, children, young girls, and women are exposed to dangerous levels of chlorpyrifos through the food that they eat, and that children eat up to 140 times the safety limit throughout their own lifetimes. More than half of all apples and broccoli in the United States are sprayed with chlorpyrifos. These are two top crops grown in Maine and a go-to healthy snack for children. Even low-level exposure can cause developmental delays, brain damage, and behavioral problems in children. This insecticide belongs to a class of chemicals called organophosphates, which includes now outlawed chemicals like sarin gas, which was used in World War I as a neurotoxin. While chlorpyrifos is most harmful to developing humans, people of all ages can suffer from nausea, dizziness, and convulsions from acute exposure. Evidence of these harmful effects were witnessed in California in 2017 when several workers were hospitalized from exposure and dozens more sought medical attention. Not only is chlorpyrifos threatening public health, it's also damaging our environment and wildlife, putting more than 1,500 species of plants and animals at risk. In January 2017, the EPA released its first rigorous nationwide analysis of the effects of pesticides on endangered species, finding that 97% of the more than 1,800 animals and plants protected under the Endangered Species Act are likely to be harmed by malathion and chlorpyrifos, including more than 100 listed bird species, fish, aquatic invertebrates, insects, and crustaceans. Independent research underscores that chlorpyrifos is especially harmful to pollinators. According to a 2014 study, chlorpyrifos is second only to neonicotinoids as a risk to bees, and it's the third highest total after 2 different types of neonics. And a study showed that chlorpyrifos at high, sorry, I lost my place here. The groundbreaking peer-reviewed field study showed that not only does chlorpyrifos cause colony-threatening brain damage to honeybees, but it does so at the sublethal concentrations found in the majority of fields sprayed as directed by the manufacturer. And so these chlorpyrifos can damage the learning and memory of bees that are exposed. Despite evidence of detrimental effects on our health and environment, agricultural use of chlorpyrifos is commonly still practiced. According to the USDA, chlorpyrifos is used on common crops that families consume daily, such as I said, apples and broccoli, but also wheat, corn, citrus fruits, strawberries, and more.
Can you finish up in a couple sentences, please?
Sure, absolutely. So it's 2020. We have better methods to grow the food that we need, and toxic pesticides that can end up in our bodies and threaten our health and environment should not be used. And Environment Maine and our members urge the committee to vote in favor of LD 316. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Anya? Seeing none, we'll move on to Colin Antea.
Hello again, Chair Dill, Chair O'Neill, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify once more. As a reminder, my name is Colin Antea, and I'm a legal fellow with Conservation Law Foundation. I'm here to speak in strong support of LD 316, legislation that would prohibit the distribution of the pesticide chlorpyrifos in Maine. Chlorpyrifos is an outdated and dangerous pesticide. It is a neurotoxin and a member of a class of chemicals called organophosphate pesticides that were developed by the Nazis for chemical warfare. The weight of the evidence demonstrating chlorpyrifos' harm to humans, and particularly to infants and children, is beyond debate. Chlorpyrifos is associated with lung cancer, endocrine disruption, and cardiovascular disease. It has been shown to impair placental function and nutrient transport from mother to fetus. In exposed children, chlorpyrifos is associated with brain anomalies, decreased IQ and memory function, and autism. Chlorpyrifos is particularly dangerous to pesticide applicators, farm workers, and people living near areas where the pesticide is applied. But all Mainers are at risk while chlorpyrifos remains in use. Dangerous levels of chlorpyrifos are found in common foods like apples, grapes, and berries, and it is used on Christmas trees as well. Chlorpyrifos must be removed from use in order to protect Mainers from residues of this dangerous neurotoxin. Just as chlorpyrifos is a threat to human health, it is a major risk to animals. Scientists at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recently concluded that chlorpyrifos and the related pesticide malathion are so toxic that they, quote, jeopardize the continued existence, end quote, of more than 1,200 endangered species. For many endangered species, the Fish and Wildlife Service determined that a single exposure could be catastrophic. Chlorpyrifos is toxic to bees, earthworms, birds, including robins and mallard ducks, and fish. And it can accumulate in the tissues of predators that eat smaller animals exposed to chlorpyrifos. Prohibiting the distribution of chlorpyrifos in Maine is the best step the legislature can take to protect Mainers and the environment from this dangerous pesticide. CLF respectfully urges the committee to act favorably on LD 316. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony once more today on this important issue. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have about my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Colin? All right, seeing none, up next is Heather Spalding, followed by Don Flannery.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of MOFCA. I'm submitting comments in support of LD 316, and I really want to thank Representative Dudera and Representative Miramont for their leadership with introducing this important legislation. I've submitted written testimony, and because it's been such a long morning, I will abbreviate my remarks here, but want to underscore that chlorpyrifos has been at the forefront of concern about synthetic pesticides for decades due to its adverse effects on the central nervous system, cardiovascular, respiratory, reproductive, and endocrine systems, as well as disrupting effects on the kidneys and the blood. It's also a skin and eye irritant. One of the most pressing concerns about chlorpyrifos is the impact that it has on the developing brains of children. Research shows that children's exposure to chlorpyrifos leads to developmental and learning disorders, including lower IQs and attention deficit disorder. EPA banned chlorpyrifos for residential use in 2001, recognizing that the neurotoxin damages the developing brains of children. And the medical science community widely supports a ban on chlorpyrifos. I've provided links to those studies in my written testimony. Dudera and Representative Miramont about all the states that have banned chlorpyrifos, as well as the regulation in the European Union. Industry too is reducing production. In February of last year, the largest manufacturer of chlorpyrifos, Corteva Inc., announced it would stop production of chlorpyrifos by the end of the year due to declining sales. I understand from the BPC that in Maine, chlorpyrifos is used primarily for broccoli and some other fruit and vegetable crops, Christmas trees, and golf courses. The University of Maine and Maine Forest Service both have chlorpyrifos in their guidance documents. They recommend the use of chlorpyrifos for certain applications, and that needs to change. We feel that LD 316 is a reasonable approach to sunsetting the use of chlorpyrifos in Maine. It would prohibit the use of chlorpyrifos beginning in 2022, allowing limited exemptions for 1 year. MOFCA joins organizations across the country urging EPA to revoke all food tolerances of chlorpyrifos immediately and begin the cancellation process for all uses of chlorpyrifos. But without assurance that EPA will act, we urge Maine's legislature to be proactive. Join Hawaii, California, New York, Maryland, Oregon, and others to pass this important legislation. We really appreciate your consideration of this important initiative, and we look forward to a day when chlorpyrifos and other highly toxic pesticides will not be regulated because they'll cease to exist in agriculture, land management, and building contexts. There are organic, mechanical, and biologic alternatives to most of the practices offered by industrial agribusiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Heather? All right. Again, thank you for your testimony. Next is, and I guess last on my list, is Don Flannery. Mr. Flannery.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and other members of the committee. I'm here to speak in favor, neither for nor against the bill today. It's, as you heard, it's not necessarily a chemistry that is used extensively at all within the potato industry, but other industries that do exist in Aroostook County. And I think the Board of Pesticide Control, Megan, did a great job in outlining some of their concerns. And I think what I would ask this committee, as you look at this and as you look at any other of these bills that restrict the use of pesticides, to consider the timeline of implementation, ensuring that there's outreach to those people that are using it. So there's a time for them to find other chemistry, evaluate that chemistry, and not to put someone in a hardship. So like I said, it's nothing that affects our industry as such, but as moving forward, if we are in this avenue again, where we're looking at restricting chemistry, I think it needs to be well science-based, but also timeline for industry to adjust. So I'd gladly answer any questions, and thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day so far.
Thank you, Mr. Flannery. Are there any questions for Mr. Flannery? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I believe that is the last of our folks to testify this morning on our bills. And with that, I will close the hearing on LD 316. It is just about 1 o'clock. Why don't we, it's 1:04, so why don't we take a break until 1:15 and then we'll start at 1:15 with our work sessions. Thank you.
Welcome to your To access your voicemail box, you have one new message in your first new message. Received today at 11:57 a.m.
Hi, Cheryl. It's Representative Risen. I'm calling on the bill that I need to sign off on. I think it's the one on the COVID reporting. What I'd like to know before I cast my vote is where the vote stands right now. Last thing I heard, it was pretty evenly divided, and there were still
All right, it's past 1:15, so if we're all set. Cheryl, we all set? We streaming and everything ready to go? And it appears that we have a quorum back. And we are missing, what, 2 members perhaps? So with that, it looks like Representative Schofield and Representative Gifford are not here. So I will turn to Karen and I will open up the work session on LD 155, resolve directing the Board of Pesticides to prohibit the use of certain neonicotinoids for outdoor ornament or residential use.
Good afternoon. So this resolve directs the Board of Pesticides Control to prohibit the use of any product containing certain neonics. There are 4 listed in the bill, used for application in outdoor residential landscapes, such as on lawn, turf, or ornamental vegetation. And it also provides exceptions for products used for preserving wood, controlling or treating indoor insects, and treating pets. They're exempt from the prohibition. So I'm not obviously going to go over the testimony. There was quite a bit, but I did want to point out to the committee that the sponsor did allude to a suggested amendment at the public hearing to clarify an exemption for structural applications. I think this was to address concerns of New England Pest Management Association, the American Chemistry Council, and one other group. So I did paste that on the second page of the bill analysis that I did for you. So we can talk about that more later. So obviously, for those of you that were on the committee last session, this is basically a reintroduction of one of the committee reports from LD 2083. And the committee vote was actually tie because 1 member abstained. So this bill, LD 155, is almost identical to Report A. The only difference I see is that LD 155 explicitly states that these are routine technical rules, any rulemaking. So, and obviously 2083 died between bodies when the legislature adjourned abruptly and did not reconvene last year. So we haven't received a preliminary fiscal impact statement. I know there were quite a few folks that were asked to participate in the work session. So I guess I'll leave it at that for now.
Great, thanks, Karen. Did Representative Grochowski present an amendment to us last time too? Didn't she change a little bit of the wording, I thought?
Yes, that's what I just said about the structural applications, just clarifying that a bit.
All right. So that was the only, it was just a minor. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if there, in the meantime, there have been other, language suggestions forthcoming, but that's the one that was talked about at the public hearing.
Right. So, so committee members, I know that some folks asked for people to be here. I do have a couple questions for Megan Patterson. So if she's in the waiting area, I'd like to have her come in, please. And is there anyone else, folks? Do you want Representative Grochowski to come in to present anything, or in case there's a question for her?
There was also, there was a question asked of the True Green lobbyist or representative.
Okay.
And I see him in the attendee list.
Okay.
And there was also a gentleman from Aroostook County Northern Turf Management. I know at least a couple members asked that he be at the work session. So
all right,
there
so
are a few.
Yeah, let in Andrew Hackman, I guess. I see Jennifer Lund. Did somebody want a question of the apiarist? Did I see? Yes, someone did. So could you let Jennifer Lund in? And I think that's it for now. What about Representative Grochowski? Did Maggie, you have your hand up? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to hear from the sponsor, please.
Okay, could you let in Representative Grochowski too? There we go. We got a full slate now. So with that, I'll go ahead and I will start with Representative Grochowski, which is the sponsor. Is there anything that you want to say about this, on as far as amendments or changes or anything? Or are we good with where we are, do you think, from your standpoint?
Thank you, Senator Dill, and thank you, members of the committee for listening at the at the public hearing attentively. And of course, you have to bring us back for the work session, but I still appreciate your time and effort. I know it's been a long day already. I actually did have some additional amendment language that I shared with your analyst yesterday, though I know that she probably didn't want to share it with you yet without my saying so. But the amendment that I'm proposing, in addition to what you've already seen regarding structural applications, does include a sentence that makes it clear that the board shall allow for the use of these products on ornamental vegetation by certified applicators in order to manage emerging invasive insect pests. And I list a few of those, but I do not restrict them to just that list in order to safeguard the public health, safety, and welfare of the state. And that's language that probably can use a little refinement, but largely was drawn from the original LD 2083 proposal from the 129th legislature. So I wanted to include that to address a number of the questions that Megan Patterson had specified in her testimony to you all. Additionally, no one here will probably be surprised that I continue to look at the data and the evidence. And I know there were some questions around, is it, if it's a bad to use in the residential landscape, then it's bad to use. Does it matter if it is a certified applicator versus a homeowner? And there's certainly evidence that homeowners maybe don't follow the instructions as closely or aren't as familiar with application processes. But I did look into some additional evidence regarding how much licensed applicators are allowed to apply. And one thing I found rather striking is that at the rate that they are allowed to apply imidacloprid on like a backyard fruit tree, for instance, results in a 24 times greater application rate than is allowed in the ag setting for the product Admire, and a 32 times greater application amount than the product Bravado. So I'm not sure why the labeling allows for that much greater application, other than that I think, this country has focused a lot of research on agricultural use of products and less so on this sort of backyard cosmetic uses. So I just wanted to let the committee know that there is a really big difference between what's happening in the agricultural setting and what's happening in the non-agricultural settings. And so even if a person is licensed and using it properly, it's still a significant impact on our environment and on these key pollinator species. And finally, I would just want to state that the EPA did conclude a imidacloprid risk assessment in 2020, and there were some proposals that come from that. They found that uses on ornamentals and turf are very highly toxic to foraging adult honeybees when there's oral contact. And they proposed in that risk assessment that current registered uses of imidacloprid the changes would be that they would cancel any residential spray applications on turf altogether. And that's actually based on human risk. And then the EPA proposed reducing soil application rate on turf. So I just thought I'd follow up with the committee that even though pollinators are maybe not foraging turf for pollen or for nectar, that because these products are so water soluble, they are moving around the environment and they are being uptaken by other plants where they are then causing risk to pollinators. So that is finding that the EPA had. And I think the only other thing I would add is that use by licensed applicators of imidacloprid, for instance, which is commonly used on turf, is 7.5 times higher than use by regular consumers. So there's certainly a lot to be said for limiting the risk in the home environment, regardless of who is actually applying it. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Representative Grochowski? I have a couple, not for you, but if Megan Patterson, a couple things that you said, Representative. Number one, Megan, if you limited it to emerging pests and you list the pests on a site, once the site's there, how are you going to manage or enforce that, you know, that it's being applied for pest X? Isn't it, if the site is there, it's okay to use, or if it says that it can only be used in, we'll say, emerging pests, we'll pick on the spotted lanternfly. If that was on the list, and it says I can spray my maple tree for spotted lanternfly, does that mean I have to make sure that spotted lanternfly is there, or can I spray my maple tree?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So I guess I would refer you to Chapter 41. It's where the special restrictions for prohibitions are outlined. And so in looking through the history of our rules, it looks like where we've wanted to make a nuanced restriction where a product is restricted as restricted use at the state level, but then there's more nuance to that. For example, dialox. We've outlined that in Chapter 41 of the Board of Pesticides Control's rules. And so additional information is put there. But you're right, in the state of Maine, we regulate to site. We do not regulate to pest. However, I'd have to look into it to see exactly what the regulatory mechanism would be in terms of altering that specifically for a pest. I will tell you that elsewhere in rule, for example, with brown-tail moth, we do regulate to the pest. So, right, that is in our regulation regarding water protection, water quality. There is a specific section that pertains just to brown-tail moth. So it is something we've done in rule before. With regard to enforcement, you know, these products, if this bill passes as it's written, will be prohibited from use by homeowners, and that tends to be the population that's the trickiest for us to communicate with regard to enforcement, because they don't have, you know, we don't have that routine connection of recertification classes, licensing requirements, annual reporting. We don't have that with homeowners. So only commercial applicators will have that capacity to make those applications. So I think the mechanisms might not be very clearly there in rule, but I think we've in practice exercised similar efforts to prohibit use or restrict use for other things. And I think combined, probably you could get at exactly what Representative Grochowski is talking about.
The other question I have along those lines is she mentioned that it would be routine technical rules. I mean, within the board and the regulations, you must have some requirements of what is a routine technical rule versus a substantive rule. And I'm guessing that just because we say it's routine, that may not, I don't know if putting that in a statute or bill overrides what the board has to do on rulemaking.
Yeah, so it's actually in statute. So what is not what is routine technical, but what is major substantive for us is in statute. And so I do not believe most of the things that rise to the level of being in statute and being major substantive have to do with notification or there's actually a list. I could get that for you if you like.
I was just curious if I just didn't want to make sure that we weren't, you know, usurping whatever you already have over here in one place and we're making it a lower level or something.
Yeah, I don't think this would be unless there was some, you know, some clause put in place related to, you know, I guess notification or I can't honestly think of what else is in that section, but I just looked at it this morning. I just don't recall. But it is right in statute. You know, if it was something that had to be major substantive, the board would go through its routine, regular rulemaking process, and it would just come back to you guys again, and you'd have to take a look at it.
Right.
So you get to see my shining face one more time.
Okay, no comment there. Are there any other questions for, I see Karen has her hand up.
I just wanted to point out too, I mean, this is a resolve. And I think the default, it's always routine technical. But for whatever reason, don't know if it was the sponsor, whoever drafted it, just explicitly said it was routine technical, but that would be the default anyway. And where you have to be explicit is if it's major substantive, then you absolutely have to make clear that it's because it's a different process.
Right.
I have a question for Karen.
Yes.
Karen, do we have the text of the amendment that we're discussing?
Representative Grohowski's amendment, that sort of the new, that
The one that mentions this routine technical and things like that.
the routine technicals in the original bill, and then there was another aspect that was in her testimony around the structural application, but it looks like she added another sentence to the amendment. I do have a copy of it, and I could screen share it, or I could email it to you. But I received it last night, and I didn't know if it was, public or not. So.
All right. So she has some changes and she'd like to share with us at some point. Is that what you're asking for, Representative Pluker?
Yes, I thought this. I'm sorry, I was missing the routine technical in that sentence in the bill.
Yeah. No, but if she has other things too, we probably ought to see those that she'd like in changes. And I don't know if there are other changes out there from anybody else either. I see Representative Black had his hand waving at me. Did you have something too, sir, on amendments?
Yes, I've got an amendment I'd like to put forth too. I think Karen has it. Maybe she can screen share it or whatever.
Well, if we've got, you might just kind of go over it, or Karen can go over it, but we've got some changes from Representative Grohowski. We've got some possible amendments by Senator Black. Is there anybody else that's got anything? We might want to get those, but well, let's finish our work session here, and we may decide that we want to table it and look at the new changes and come back. But that's just a thought, because I would certainly like to see them both in writing and compare them and see what they are. Are there other questions? Are there other people that you have questions for right now that you'd like to come forward to present? I know we have Mr. Hackman from, I believe he represents True Green. I'm not sure who had a question or did have a question for him from last time. I also saw Jennifer Lunn, who's the apiarist for the state. I don't know if somebody had, I see Senator Black. Do you have a question for her?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Jennifer Lunn, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Lund. I am the Maine State Apiary Inspector, apiarist. So I work with all things bees. I work with beekeepers and a bit with the blueberry industry.
Thanks for being here. Senator Black.
Yes, thank you for joining the meeting. As the state bee inspector, you get all kinds of calls all over the state, and are very familiar with the health and well-being of the beehives, both commercial and hobbyist. And I, being a beekeeper and familiar with many commercial growers and hobbyists, I have never once been able to confirm a hive loss or heard about a hive being lost to neonics. Can you be more specific?
Yeah, I can. So whenever we get a kind of a suspected pesticide kill call, we forward those to the Board of Pesticide Control. They help we do an inspection. I go in, oh, somebody needs to mute. We go in, we do an inspection, we take a look at the hive, take samples for analysis, and we probably respond to a handful of those each year. And since I've been here, not a single hive loss has been attributed to a pesticide kill. Most often it's actually due to mismanagement on the beekeeper's part. So starvation or a big pest that we have, varroa mites and their associated viruses. So it's not a common cause of death in Maine at all.
Are you good? Yes. Yep. Follow up for her. Yep.
Yes. So in talking to you and in your testimony just now, the main causes of loss in Maine beehives is varroa mites, lack of management, starvation, that kind of stuff, not pesticide problems. And that's what I've seen in the industry.
Yeah, that's correct. So most of the, I would say, so I do a lot of hive autopsies on dead hives, especially this time of year. I spend a lot of time working with beekeepers to figure out the causes of their hive losses. And predominantly, I would say about 75% of the hives that I look through are the losses caused by varroa mites and viruses. That's our biggest loss of the driver of losses across Maine, but also across the United States and most of the world. It's a really serious pest. I would say about 20% of losses have to do with queen loss, so a queen issue in the hive. And I'll lump in that as well, losses due to environmental factors. So it's not necessarily a cold winter, but one where we get wide temperature changes. It's just really difficult for hives to manage, 40-degree drops, ups and downs throughout the winter. And then the last 5%, I would say, would be other pests and diseases. So things like European foul brood, American foul brood, nosema. So yeah, it's predominantly driven by varroa mites and its viruses. Those are where we're seeing the biggest losses.
Is there any control for the varroa mite?
There is. There's actually quite a few miticides that beekeepers use. There's also some cultural controls. So things like removing drone brood, which is the male bees in a hive. The varroa mites preferentially select them to reproduce in, and so you can remove them and pull out part of the mite population in a hive. But predominantly most beekeepers are managing using miticides. So these are pesticides that are used to kill mites but don't kill the bees. And so yeah, that's predominantly what most beekeepers have to use.
Do the neonics have any impact on the varroa mite that you know of?
With any pest and disease, putting a whole bunch of factors together into a hive, added stress, can impact. There's been a couple research papers out there. I would have to actually look through the literature. I didn't look through to see that.
Yeah, I don't know either. I was just curious. So.
Yeah, with anything, when you combine factors on a hive, you can see effects that they may impact them. But overall, I would say I did a little bit of research searching, and I've done a little bit of participating in a couple of research projects, and we actually see in pollen samples and in wax samples in hives in Maine relatively low incidences of even picking up neonics. So,
okay.
And if the committee is interested in some of those papers, I'd be happy to forward them along.
Yeah, great, thank you. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here with us. I wanted to get some clarity on your role and what you work with and monitor. Is it mostly honeybees as opposed to the 267 native species?
It is mostly honeybees, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's predominantly my focus is the managed bees in Maine.
Okay. And something that the sponsor had brought to us during the public hearing was that the literature shows that it's kind of, I don't know if I'm going to word it right, but like a compounded effect or like a pre-existing condition that will weaken these bees and then make them more susceptible to other things. Can you talk about that? I'm just curious. I know that
yes.
the research came up and I think it was something about the research was on acetamiprid. I'm gonna.
Yeah, acetamiprid. Yep.
Yep. Which this bill doesn't restrict. So I'm just trying to see how that's relevant, how it all ties together.
Yeah. So it's kind of it's always very difficult in these systems to tweeze out the, specific roles that each organism or potential negative impacts on a hive. They are very complex kind of units, organized units. And so we, limiting stressors on hives is definitely important. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the beginning part of the question?
Yeah, I mean, my first question was about your role. The second,
okay,
it was just asking to understand, like you said, that that these stressors might play a role, even though it's not the direct thing that has killed them, because nobody's
yeah,
directly
absolutely.
but-
So with anything, any insecticide or any pesticide in general, they can play a role in bees, in bee health. And so we really have to kind of step back and see what the likelihood of that impact could, or how often the bees are going to become in contact with those things, and kind of tweeze that apart. So there is the potential with any pesticide that there is a impact on the hive. It's not going to be, well, I can't say it's not going to be, but in what we've seen so far is it's definitely not the primary cause of loss.
Okay, and are you referring to the substance that I can't pronounce that the sponsor cited for the reason that she didn't seek a restriction of that particular substance?
So with acetamiprid, that particular, so there was some research that I had a bit of a role in, where we were looking at bumblebee exposure, sublethal doses of acetamiprid and propiconazole, and we saw very few impacts of acetamiprid on, the colony growth, larval development, things like that. And so the lethal dose, the LD50 on that product is actually much higher on bees than some of the other neonics out there.
Okay, so lethal dose versus what we're talking about, which is the weakening. And okay, I might, want to check in with the sponsor at some point after people have the chance to speak, in case I have not remembered it correctly. But I know that we heard some studies cited.
Are there other questions for Ms. Lund? All right, thank you, Jennifer, for being here. I know someone had asked, I think just maybe when he was testifying, someone had mentioned to Patrick Valancourt if he could be here for the work session. I don't know if anybody has any specific questions for either he or Andy Hackman. I don't see anybody raising their hands. So that brings us down to, I'd like to ask Senator Black, you mentioned you had an amendment. What basically does your amendment do, Senator Black? Can you tell us in a nutshell?
Basically, it changes it from prohibited to restrictive use.
So for the same uses that
Yes.
Representative Grohowski was prohibiting, you're restricting those uses?
Yes.
Okay.
Take it out of the hands of the homeowners who, would read the label and say, well, 1 teaspoon per gallon, well, 3 teaspoons would be better. And that kind of, it would have to be used by certified licensed applicators if it was going to be used on homeowners. And of course, it wouldn't affect agricultural use anyway, because they're all certified and registered anyway.
Okay. So, I kind of would like to see both the amendments personally, side by side, so we can compare them. I don't know what the committee wants to do. If you want to vote today, we can, or if you want to table it and look at both the amendments, the new stuff that Representative Grahowski wanted that sent to Karen to be added, and the stuff that Senator Black had, excuse me, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before deciding on that, I would like to see these. I feel like I have an idea of what they are, but I'm open to what committee members have to say. I do see that there's someone in the attendee list named Chip Osborne, and something that had come up I'd like to hear from him, because something that had come up was alternative management options, and he has a business that does this, so I wanted to hear some more.
So may I ask who he is? Did he testify before? I don't remember the name, is all from testimony.
I do not think that he spoke at the public hearing.
Okay, just curious.
Mr. Osborne, would you be able to introduce yourself and what your role is, what your business is?
You're muted, sir. Mr. Osborne, can't hear you.
There we go. I just didn't pick it up on your screen. So I'm assuming you can hear me now.
Yes.
My name is Chip Osborne. My company is Osborne Organics. I am a professional horticulturist of 47 years, 25 years as a licensed chemical applicator in greenhouse production and management, and the last 23 or 4 years following natural organic strategies as sort of the answer to using synthetic chemical pesticides.
Thank you for being here. I'm wondering if you could just explain a little bit about management techniques, because one thing that we brought up at the public hearing that we wanted to hear more about for the work session was different options and what that might look like. Is it possible? That kind of thing.
Sure. Let me just say, just a couple of things on, on sort of the pesticide issue in general. And the reason that I've followed this path for 20 plus years is because chemical use tends to put one on a treadmill. And we move from one chemical application to another, whether it is the class of neonicotinoids or whether it is others. Neonicotinoids came on the market as low mammalian toxicity, and we know now that the EPA model of risk assessment is not entirely accurate when evaluating that. The bottom line is that there are alternative strategies, there are alternative products. The spirit of this legislation is homeowners and or professional contractors applying these products to residential properties. There are organic products that do the same thing, that will control a grub. So if we're dealing with this issue of chemical use in the residential landscape, when you do all the research on imidacloprid and the neonicotinoids, the largest percentage of that chemical is used on turf grass for the control of the white grub. People make the claim that turf grass is not a forage grass, so it's no harm to the pollinator. But if there's clover in that lawn, which is a recommended practice and which most lawns other than the high chemical lawns have, then it is a problem for a pollinator. So we have new Bacillus thuringiensis. We have different products, different strategies that come together to form a non-chemical or non-toxic approach to many of the same landscape issues that neonicotinoids were developed to deal with.
Thank you. I'm wondering, is this something that you can serve both homeowners and large properties with? Can you be successful at scale, like at a golf course or a ball field or something like that, without synthetic pesticides?
Yes, it's just as folks are trained in, pesticide use and in conventional landscape management, there's also training and education that goes into natural organic management. So it's not simply swapping products, but it's adopting alternative practices. So we learn to manage as a systems-based approach, meaning we're operating with everything that we don't see in the soil as well as all the plant material we see above ground. So it's adopting a different management strategy that is part of the success in moving to alternative strategies as sort of the answer to pesticide use. I am not a landscape contractor. I manage as a consultant several large estate properties, and in 10 years have never had the need to use a neonicotinoid pesticide for anything on the property, trees, grass, or beds. So the idea that through alternative management and alternative products and practices, we can successfully manage without synthetic pesticides.
Thank you. My last question is if you could explain what the transition looks like. Is it a difficult transition? What does that look like for landowners?
There is some period of time that we refer to as the transition period because we are not just swapping out products, and actually a product swap approach is a recipe for lack of success. But we're taking a soil test. We're understanding what's going on in the soil. And then a transition for a homeowner may be a year and a half. Most of my work is in large public spaces, public parks, sports fields, playing fields, and we typically look at a 3-year transition. In any of my several hundred transitions around the country in large-scale properties, I've never had turf or landscape loss from the inability to use a neonicotinoid.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, is it okay if I ask one more?
Sure.
Can you talk about whether banning these substances is actually going to get at the problem, or do you think it'll just open up to something else replacing it? Is this a meaningful action to take?
Well, one of the things that we need to always keep our sights on in the longer term, moving years down the road, is the movement away from synthetic products, including fertilizers and pesticides in the landscape, because it is a synthetic manufactured that is actually just simply replacing something that nature has in place. So, we have gotten to that. The neonicotinoid class of pesticides came in the mid-1990s and was touted for its low mammalian toxicity. Interestingly enough, those products were registered on a conditional registration in the 90s without environmental studies done. So it came to market based on mammalian toxicity, not environmental. I can quote you studies, and I can make them available to you, that as late as 2018 that show that neonics are in groundwater, that they're moving through the system in the last 25 years. So this is a class of chemicals that it is worth taking and putting, and taking it out of people's hands for the broad spectrum use that it has. Taking this one chemical out, I've sat through this morning on the glyphosate and the chlorpyrifos, all bad actors, all should be removed. Imidacloprid, nowhere near as benign as we were taught 25 years ago, should be removed. But the ultimate goal is not to just pick off a few, but to always keep sights set on, trying to create and manage to a set of expectations, whatever that might be, for whatever kind of property that is, and learn to do it in a non-chemical way. And it's just a different kind of education.
Representative McCray.
Yes, just a very quick question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, in general, on these neonics, is there a half-life? Are these long-acting things? Are these give it a week and a little bit of rain and sunlight and it's gone? What's the story on this?
Sure. When neonicotinoids, specifically imidacloprid, is used, say, in a lawn for grub control, there is a significant half-life because you're putting it down early in the season and it is there all the way through. So the half-life can be, months as opposed to days or weeks. The other issue is that it is an insecticide. It has impacts above and beyond, far-reaching for other soil-borne insects, as well as soil microbiota, which are just microscopic bugs. So there is a significant half-life, and then because we're in a habit of repeating it on an annual basis, there can be some cumulative response over extended times.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions, any other questions for Mr. Osborne? Is there anyone else that we've asked to be here that anybody has a question for? Are we interested in a motion here? I see Senator Black, are you swatting flies or are you making a motion? Or asking a question?
I'm making a motion that ought to pass as amended with my amendment.
Is there, okay, we got a couple questions here, but first let me ask us as a second to that.
I'll second that.
It's been seconded by Representative Hall. I saw Karen's hand and I saw Chloe's hand, and so sorry, Chloe, Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if we could caucus this before we vote.
We can do that, or we can, table it and caucus that way and come back. We can do it one of either way. Since we haven't caucused before, I'm not sure what the strategy will, how to go about that necessarily. But with that, next, yes, Representative McCray.
Is a motion to table in order at this point?
It can be. It's been moved and seconded. So if you want to table this, you can.
I'd like to move that we table this until we can see the side-by-side amendments.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Looks like it's tabled until, is it tabled until the next work session, which would be, when's our next work session, Karen? Is it the?
Mr. Chair? I have
Yes.
a question, and that I want to pose to everybody. I'd be willing to just take a look at it and vote. Like, maybe, would it be possible to do that?
Take a look at what? The amendment?
Yeah, just to.
Well, there's really no discussion now. We've already voted to table it. So the only question I had was when we will bring it up, and that's up to.
Yeah, and that's what I'm raising now. Is just I wanted to express, I suppose, that that I feel ready to do that rather than prolong the conversation. But
Representative McCray.
I'm open to whether people feel like they need a little more time.
Well,
I think he asked to do it side by side comparison, and
right. That's my motivation.
Right. Okay. Let's just leave it at it's tabled until next time. Karen, did you have something?
Yeah, I realize we're not supposed to be discussing anything
Well, we're
that's
not
been
really,
tabled, but I do
yeah.
want to make a point about Representative Grohowski's amendment, and I don't know if there's just, I do have a question about, and this was in the bill analysis, so this was presented at the public hearing, where she adds products, well, this is in the original bill, products used for preserving wood. These are the exceptions. Products used for preserving wood, controlling or treating indoor chains, insects to pests, blah, blah, blah. I get all of that. But the question I have is or is, and is changed to or, and I don't see what purpose that serves, because or is disjunctive. So if you want to say that all of these things are an exemption, I would keep it as and. I know when you're reading things or and you really can kind of, but in law, we have to be really careful with or and as, so I would just question that part of the amendment. Technically, I don't, because I think the intent is to include all of those things and not just say that are exempted. You want all of them to be exemptions if you move forward with that particular amendment. So that's what I wanted to bring up.
All right, thank you. Then I will close the
Thank
work
you.
session on LD 155. Yes, Nicole, did you, Representative Grohowski?
If I may, I'm sorry.
Familiarity, so it's just so easy to.
If
Go ahead.
I may, Karen, I'm sorry I changed that. I was approaching it from a computer science programming perspective, Boolean operator perspective, and if and is what is needed in statute, then put the and back in, and I'm sorry about that.
Great. I will close the work session on LD 155, and we will open the work session on LD 207. Karen, you're up again.
Yes, thank you. This resolve provides for legislative review of portions of Chapter 1, the fee schedule, which is a major substantive rule for the Maine Land Use Planning Commission. The only testimony we got was from the Land Use Planning Commission in favor, obviously. There was no testimony in opposition or neither for nor against. I believe Judy, Cheryl, if you could let, I see Judith East is, okay, yeah, and if you could also let in Tim Bocage or Bocage is how I would pronounce it, but who's a senior planner at LUPC, he's also available. But anyway, we did hear from the executive director of LUPC, Judy East, that the fee schedule for LUPC has not been revised since 2007. And obviously she could go into more detail about where fees may have been reduced, where they were increased, and the reasons for that. But one thing I did want to point out to the committee that she did request that if you do approve these rules, that you maybe amend the resolve to have a different effective date of October 1st, 2021, because they are working on other rules that are routine technical. And so they sort of want to align everything so that the timing, everything is kind of going into effect at the same time. We haven't gotten a preliminary fiscal impact statement. The last thing I sort of want to go over, especially for new members, is the voting procedure on major substantive rule resolves is a little counterintuitive because an ought to pass and an ought not to pass have the same effect. So if you want to authorize adoption of the rule with no changes, I would recommend an ought to pass. But I just want to let you know, if you voted ought not to pass, this would be viewed as a failure of the legislature to act. So the agency can go ahead and adopt the rule. But if you want to sort of affirmatively show your support for the rule change, then ought to pass is what I'd recommend. And then if you don't want to authorize the rule, then ought to pass as amended would be the appropriate motion. And you basically would just amend the resolve to say it is not authorized. And then maybe in this case, it sounds like there might be a different effective date. Ought to pass as amended would be the appropriate motion, and you would just have it, specify an effective date for the rule. So anyway, that's all I have for this one.
I know that was supposed to make me feel like I knew what you were talking about. Could you repeat that again? Or maybe I need a graphic. That sounded quite complicated.
Yeah, so if you support LUPC going forward with the fee structure as outlined in the rule change, then you would vote ought to pass is what I would recommend. If you don't authorize it, it would be an ought to pass as amended motion. and you would amend the resolve to say that the rules are not authorized. And then if you want to make any amendments to the rule, like for example, the effective date, as Judy East was looking for a later effective date, then that would be ought to pass as amended. But then, you know, so I can figure out what the report should be, but I just wanted to make you aware that the voting procedure is a little different for major substantive rule resolves.
Well, there, after all that, who wants to make a motion?
And Judy
Representative
East
Landry,
is, I
yes.
see her here, and her senior planner, Dim Bocage or Bocage, is
Yeah.
here to answer
So
any
before I
questions.
ask for the motion, does anyone have any questions for either of two panelists that has joined us? Representative McCray.
Yes, there was some discussion as to changing the timeline. So before we make that a motion, can somebody suggest what the new timeline would be or the new deadline?
So that be either Judith or Tim. One of you want to answer that?
I can try to answer that. I believe the way that the resolve was written, there are statutory timelines that I think they're written right into statute. It's on the second page of the testimony, where oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong document. Where you would let's see. Title 5, Section 8072 requires final adoption of the rule must occur within 60 days of the effective date of the legislation approving the rule. And then the final adopted rule effective no less than 30 days after filing with the Secretary of State. And so that first provision could put us to making this Chapter 1 effective sometime in July. And we are also, pardon me, we are also working on changes to chapters 2, 10, 16, as well as 3, 4, and 5, all of which relate to, or many of which relate to Chapter 1, because we're trying to pull all of our definitions out of Chapter 10. And the reason for that is that Chapter 10 is currently over 300 pages long. And we're trying to make it simpler and clearer and easier to navigate. And pulling all of the definitions out will, as well as some of the other changes to Chapter 10, we'll actually reduce Chapter 10 by 100 pages, which will just make it easier for all the applicants and the staff to navigate. So when you pull definitions out of Chapter 10, you also pull them out of other chapters. So that's where we have parallel tracks when we're affecting multiple chapters at the same time. We don't want Chapter 1 to be effective sooner than we take care of all those other rulemakings, which we anticipate will be complete by the end of August. Does that clarify?
Except, yes, thank you for that. But except, how would we structure what we're doing right now to accommodate what you've just said?
We recommended that you choose an effective date of October 1, 2021, which would then, we think, give us time for Chapter 1 and all the other chapters to align. And then we'll have a massive printing of all of the new chapters and file it with the Secretary of State.
So now, Mr. Chair, are you ready for a motion?
I am ready for a motion.
Okay, I move that this ought to pass with the
As amended.
As amended to October 1.
21.
I'll second that. I'll second that.
It's been moved in second. Discussion. Representative Pluker.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I don't have the name of our of the staff from Loopsy here. But ma'am.
It's Judy East. It's okay.
Thank you, Missy's. I see in the what we're proposing here is we're taking away the utility facilities permit application. Could you just, is there going to be re-added somewhere else in the rule?
I'm going to have to defer to Tim on that one because I'm not sure that I recall that level of detail. Tim, are you seeing? I don't remember that we're removing a specific permit.
Or it might be removing the fee.
Correct. We are a part of this restructuring of the fee schedule includes combining some of the application forms that we have to serve multiple purposes. And so the utility facility would be, those activities would be applied for through another application form that will serve multiple purposes.
And will there continue to be a similar fee as the one that seems to be removed here?
Yes.
And do you know the fee? Or what I'm seeing here is there was a $500 base fee and a $5,000 maximum fee and that kind of thing.
Yes. So the base fee, if I'm not mistaken, would be covered under the non-residential development form, which is a $200 base fee and a $5,000 maximum fee. And as well, the activity-specific fees that follow that section, which include things such as cost for the towers or a utility line, that those per the fee for those portions would be similar as well.
I'm just trying to get my mind around how this could or could not impact the corridor that is so important to all of us. Could you elaborate on that?
Maybe Judy could correct me, but if I'm not mistaken, so the NEC-EC project, which I believe you're referring to,
yes,
would be, that was covered as a site law certification, which would likely may not fall into those, that it would fall under the base fee for the site law certifications, which is in section 102 subpart B1 P, and so that would have a similar base fee and maximum fee, but we may assess that differently to make sure that we are not duplicating the costs covered by the DEP's application fees and their review. That our fees in that case would likely be more focused on our aspects of review of that proposal, as is limited by our authority for certification of site law projects.
And so has that
I'll just confirm that, yes, that it was very strongly recommended, required, discussed several years ago that we don't also charge a fee that DEP is charging. So NECEC is being charged what effectively would have been our development fee, but because it's subject to the site law has its own fees. So our fees are only to do with the site law certification. Actually, in fact, they will be going forward. In the past, we didn't charge anything for site law certification. So that's one of the changes that's proposed now.
So would we expect them to be paying a fee going forward on this work, or has that already been done?
That one's been done. But I'll use this opportunity to correct one verb tense error that I made in my testimony a few weeks ago. You had asked, in terms of the mining proposal from Wolfton, what fees they would be subject to. So there is the certification fee that, well, backing up a bit, there's a rezoning fee I explained, which was extraordinary fee for the rezoning. That is clearly in our bailiwick. But the second fee, I think I said will be charged to Wolfton, and I should have said would be charged, because I did not want to assume that that the rezoning passed. So I wanted to correct that verb tense. And the other issue is, until and unless this is passed, let's say they get they get the rezoning and they submit their application in July. I doubt it, but because of the timeline we've already got, this hasn't passed yet. So once it does, then they would be subject. So I just wanted to make that correction.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. No further questions.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, there's a motion on the floor of ought to pass as amended. So Cheryl, would you call the roll, please?
I will. LD 207 resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 1 fee schedule, a major substitutive rule of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, Maine Land Use Planning Commission. Ought to pass as amended. Representative Lori Osher.
Ought to pass as amended. Yes.
Yes. Representative Lori Osher? Yes. Representative Thomas Schofield, absent. Representative Joseph Underwood?
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry?
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall?
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill?
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill?
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black?
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman?
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluker?
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent. Representative David McCray?
And yes.
Representative David McCray, yes. Representative Susan Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Susan Bernard, yes. 11 yes, 2 absent.
Okay, on LD 207, ought to pass as amended. It's a vote of 11 in favor. And with that, I will close the work session on LD 207. And
Thank you.
Karen? Yes. Goodbye. Thank you both. I will turn to Karen. Is there anything else for today?
No, one question I do have, 155 neonics, put that on the 9th of March.
Yes. the
That's our next work session.
Next work session. Yep,
Okay.
that's good. And we'll have the two comparisons. There anything else? Cheryl, anything else to come before us?
Nope.
Can I have a motion to adjourn? Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion, we adjourn.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Representative O'Neill. All in favor? None opposed. Thank you all. See you Thursday.
See you guys.
So Karen, do you want, whoop, she left me. Karen, do you want me to put 155 on that work session? Or is that just a review? You're on mute. I'm trying to read lips.
Add it to the work session, please. Yes, they can vote it.